You're hit. You're bleeding, man.
I ain't got time to bleed.
What's going on there, everyone? Welcome back to the Dark Aether Files podcast. I'm Special Agent Spooky Clutter, joined as always by my co-host, Mr. Danner.
Howdy, howdy.
And tonight we are also joined by Mr. J-Man from J-Man's Movie Cave. And
what's going on?
What's going on? He's also a member of the Dark Aether Files Patreon. So it's great to have all of you guys here. And tonight we're going to be discussing the Predator franchise. A proper Predator franchise discussion, an appreciation, and a critique, which we will get to. And also will be a sort of predictions video towards the end for the final film. Or I keep on saying the final, okay? I hope it's not the final film because I don't want this franchise to die with a fucking whimper. You know what I mean? So will be the latest installment of the Predator franchise, that being Prey, coming out later this summer sometime. They haven't given us an official release date, unfortunately, but there you go. We got Kyle in the chat. He says, hey, Caleb, Danner, Jason. What's going on,
Hey,
Kyle? The King of the
bud?
Nation. Welcome aboard, gentlemen. Hello there. All right, so oh man, this franchise is an interesting one, I would say. It has a lot going for it. Let's just put it that way. There's a lot more good in this franchise than there is bad, and that's saying a lot compared to other franchises that have had ups and downs. But, you know, something that seems to be a common sort of pattern is that after you want to say the third film in a franchise, that's when things start going downhill just a little bit. And that certainly is the case here with the Predator franchise. Of course, we know that it crosses over with the Alien franchise, and we are including it because, well, the Predators are in it, and they also reference the 1987 and 1992 films, respectively, at least a little bit. So that's why we will count it in our sort of discussion. But let's go ahead and talk about the first film. All right. So this started out as a joke, if I remember properly, about, you know, Rocky and how many people he's faced, and somebody came up with a joke like, okay, well, when's Rocky going to fight an alien, right? And so you got what would become Predator, and of course you would take a big macho man like Stallone, but in the form of Arnold Schwarzenegger, and putting him in the jungles of Central America to fight a 7-foot tall hunter from another world. I love this film. I think we can all agree that it is one of the best 80s action sci-fi blends ever.
It's a top 5 action movie for me, honestly. It's, depending on what day you ask me, it is my favorite Schwarzenegger movie, unless it's T2. But
yeah,
Predator.
It's awesome. It's top 4 films for me of all time. You know, like
yeah.
Rocky, First Blood, Terminator, and Predator. Man, they're the T1.
Nice.
I'm more of a T1 fan than T2, but for a lot of reasons. But I like both of them. But yeah, this is top 4. This film I've been watching ever since it came out when I was a little kid, and I was hooked. I was hooked. This is one my dad rented every weekend because back in when we had VHS, these things were expensive to buy back in '87. And eventually we bought it and then wore the bitch out. But my dad rented this thing, and then he would have my grandpa over. Dad, you got to see this movie. and then he would have someone else over, and my dad's a big like sci-fi guy, but yeah, I just I would go into my backyard with my little toy machine gun after and shoot predators out of trees, thinking predators were hunting me. And I love this movie. It's so macho. It's so masculine. It's the ultimate bro movie to watch. Not that not that ladies can't enjoy this movie. Of course they can enjoy it because they like this. They like the buff macho bods. But this is one when you're just hanging out with the guys. How could you not put Predator on?
Oh,
it's one of those movies, but it also has this shift in tone that I really like, where it goes from cheesy 80s masculinity to more darker. It gets more, these guys start getting scared, and these guys don't get scared. That's and I love that switch. And I think we'll talk more about it as Caleb moves us along here. But yeah, I love this film, guys.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Carter's here. He says, "Howdy, what's going on, Carter? Good to show yourself off here in the stream." The King of a Nation says, "Yes, where men can be men and women can be ladies." And then Carter also says, "What's the matter, Sydney? You look like you've seen a ghost."
What? What's with the scream joke?
I think he's probably wearing a ghost face mask, or maybe I don't know. But yeah, you know what? You're absolutely right.
Out of nowhere.
I know. Well, that's Carter for you. He can be random. But you know what? You make a good point, J-Man, that this film is I do want to call it unique, especially unique for its time, because up until that point, we haven't seen anything like the Predator. We've seen the Xenomorph in Alien and Aliens, and that had a certain design to it. It had a very elongated head. It had the inner jaw, but we've never really seen something that was humanoid with dreadlocks and mandibles and something that blended in with the trees. We just never had seen anything like that. And this film had left such an impact in the design of the creature alone. I mean, we already know what the original Predator looked like. Fuck. I mean, dude, if you want to talk about, dodging a bullet, that's it. Because right here, let me see. You know what? Fuck it. I'm trying to get a little close here.
That is a nice fucking collection.
If you guys can see that.
It's kind of dark, but I've seen it before.
And that's when it was dark, it looked like General Grievous.
Yeah, I would even go to say that this movie could have potentially almost failed, maybe, if that look would have stayed. I think one of the.
I think so.
I think the look of him is what's so good. It's my favorite creature design ever. My favorite creature design ever. Now, is he more humanoid? Like he stands upright, yes, but he's so detailed, and I can see your mask right there, Caleb.
Yeah.
The way the mouth opens up and the way they hold off on that is fantastic. You don't see, that's what you're waiting for, right? And his reptilian kind of dinosaur, like almost if a dinosaur evolved into a humanoid, he can almost look like that.
Yeah.
His netting around him with all the skulls and the little freckled pattern all over him, kind of.
Yeah.
And in Predator, we'll get the Predator too, but he's more red. They changed him to more of a reddish color,
right? Whereas
this one's got, and just the green blood and just his whole character in general. This thing that hunts, this goes to other planets and hunts different things, which tells me that they're the alpha alien race. If they go around to hundreds of planets hunting things and succeeding.
Yeah. I mean, one of the biggest impacts that this film had is the creature design, because Stan Winston, rest in peace. First of all, great man, just fantastic at what he did in the world of creatures and special effects. Obviously, Terminator, love him for that. And I think if I remember correctly, based on the making of Predator, Arnold Schwarzenegger was actually responsible for bringing Stan Winston on because he had worked with him in Terminator.
Yeah,
And so
that's right. You're right.
Nice.
and so Stan Winston comes on as a champ because and this is something that Carter mentions here. Jean-Claude Van Damme was supposed to play the Predator, but left due to him bitching about how hot it was down there. I mean, I can't necessarily blame him for bitching about how hot it is down there in Central America, because it is fucking hot, very humid, especially if you're wearing a costume. But when the suit got on set, and this is from John McTiernan, he looked at it and he said, "Oh shit, we're in trouble," because he saw how bad it was, and they did some test shots. You could see them with the green screen, and the thing is just like bobbing around, really flimsy, and that is fucking terrible. I mean, just as a director, waiting so long to get the suit down from wherever it came from, and then unboxing it, doing a few test shots.
Yeah, that's stressful.
Yeah, I mean, especially being down in Central America with all that heat.
I'll defend Jean-Claude too. They didn't want him getting hurt for Bloodsport. That was one of the big reasons too. They didn't want him getting hurt. I think he was already signed on for Bloodsport at that, or he did it in the middle of this. I can't remember exactly, but knowing him back then, he probably did complain a bit. But it's I don't understand why they would put such a short person. Well, he's not short, but that was the different suit, right? It would have looked smaller, I think.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I'm wondering if they had any other stunt doubles that would be performing in the costume. But it is kind of a weird choice to have Jean-Claude be in a costume like that instead of being an actual a human.
Keep in mind, we didn't know who Jean-Claude was then.
That's fair.
That's
fair.
I mean,
I'm just gonna say he probably would have fit in with the Special Forces unit.
Yeah, I mean he could have definitely.
Yeah, it's a French guy or something. But but I'm glad because we got Kevin Peter Hall and we got Bloodsport, two movies I really like.
Yeah, and Kevin Peter Hall did a fantastic performance. I mean, he is obviously because he's the first one to be the Predator. He set a standard for how Predators sort of move. Having the head twisting and just the head movement. I mean, just the subtle movements really help to sell this creature because I'll give you an example. When the Predator emerges from the water after Dutch, jumped down, he's operating his wrist gauntlet, and then he just gives that head turn, right? I mean, it's so subtle and so simple, but it's so fucking cool. It is he's awesome.
And that's where you see Dutch in the corner. If you look here, he's in the corner looking at him.
Right.
That's why it was a good shot choice because that's the Predator looking at Dutch, but he doesn't see Dutch.
Right. Yeah.
Which was kind of cool.
Yeah, I mean, giving us the infrared vision is also another sort of unique trait. I mean, just the POV shot of the Predator, what the Predator sees. We don't see that too much in a lot of these franchises. I mean, we saw it with Friday the 13th having the sort of killer perspective. With that said, not every franchise does that. Of course, now these days they do, especially it was something that really picked up in the 90s. He had a lot of creature features that would sort of replicate that first person perspective view from the creature.
I think it started with Jaws though, just because of that opening scene though.
Yeah, I mean
I'd say Predator kind of upped the ante a bit with the infrared vision, which is just awesome.
Yeah,
the sound design that goes with it is like the icing on the cake for me.
And see, that's something that I'm going to be hitting on as we get into the franchise further, is that with the visuals, also you need to have the sound design, and those iconic sound effects should be present with these Predator films, and not every film keeps to it, unfortunately. Predator 2 does it still, which is good, and we'll get to that. But the iconic sounds like the Predator clicking, the infrared vision, the Predator's roar itself. I mean, it's iconic. And this movie, even to this day, is still regarded as one of the best, and for good reason. I mean, you had a starstruck or a really good cast, and you had a basic premise and a basic setting. It wasn't complicated, and that's something that we are going to stress right here, right now. Let it be known. right here with this first film that this was a very simple premise. A predator comes to Earth to hunt humans and take trophies. Okay, it is a simple premise, and somehow they found a way to complicate even that.
Oh,
they
boy.
being Hollywood.
We're not there yet. Save your
to
energy.
Just let it be known right here, right now. It was simple. It was simplistic, and for the most part, most of the films kept to it, including AVP. AVPR does something a little bit more, I want to say cool, but we'll get to it. But it Predator. The good old days, huh? Right?
Yep.
Doesn't Dutch say that? He's like the good old days, right?
But it has such a great cast of characters too. I mean,
yeah.
Well, I'm not going to pretend that they're the deepest characters ever. I mean, they're not, but there's still enough to distinguish them from one another, and they're all likable in their own ways. I mean, you'll remember them like Hawkins. You remember him as the nerdy guy who tells the worst jokes ever. And he has to explain, they're so bad he has to explain the friggin' punchline. like the big pussy joke is funny though.
Yeah.
Why'd you say it twice? I didn't.
Yeah. And then you got Billy as our tracker, who's the quiet, on edge. Not really on edge, but just he's your tracker, the silent guy who doesn't laugh at any jokes, except for that one. They're all unique. They're all pretty unique. And I did a video about the opening of this film and how badass it is, and how they really set up these macho guys who are the best, the most worthy opponent to a predator. And they do it with this when they open up the chopper and they're all coming out, they're throwing their bags out. You get these nice shots of their silhouettes, and this the way they walk, they have this swagger to them, like their confidence level. And then Arnold's got his feet up, and when he gets out, he just takes his bag, throws it. And the way they're walking across to the Jeep, and it's everything about it is just, they're setting up. These are action stars. These are your, these are the best of the best that this world has to offer for a hunt.
And that's the really cool thing about that, is that they establish everything you just said. They established that without any dialogue.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's all done through their actions and their interaction with one another. Like, we don't need someone to tell us that Blaine doesn't respect Dylan. We can see that just how he just spits tobacco at him.
Right.
Yeah.
And by the way, we also know one thing about Blaine. He ain't got time to bleed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. They show and don't tell. You know what I mean? They did a good job. The script is like Caleb said. It's not convoluted. It's tight. It's unique. The whole thing's unique. And this, I believe, if you watch behind the scenes, Arnold was leaning on Carl Weathers a lot, because Carl Weathers is more of a trained actor.
Right.
And Arnold really wanted to bring this character. He really wanted to do a good job with the acting. And Carl Weathers and him bounced off each other a lot.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, because what we know a lot from Schwarzenegger, aside from a few, TV appearances, I mean, he's most well known for Terminator. And in that role, he was not, the charismatic guy. He wasn't the leader type. He was a silent killing machine, right? I'm not saying that doesn't require a lot of acting. It does. I mean, being able to portray no emotion and having a robotic, body language, I mean, it takes a lot. At the same time, in order to play a leader that you can sympathize with, you got to expand your sort of acting range. And I think Carl Weathers is a great actor, first of all.
Yeah. And
yeah.
I mean, Arnold, Dutch has got a bit of the John Matrix Commando in him, but there's something, it's more in depth than that.
Yeah.
Like, I will say Commando's characters, he's more one note.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's a badass film. I love it. Right. But I think Dutch's character gets more he shows some fear, worry. There's anxiety with him. He's trying to make sense of everything. Arnold had to hit on a little bit more of his acting on this, and I think that's what the director wanted to.
And it all worked out.
Yeah,
Right.
it all worked out. Yeah, it's a great kid, but it's all the other characters. Like Mac is actually my favorite character. Bill Duke actually my favorite character, and you could see where what do you call it? What was I thinking of? That whole revenge plot after Blaine.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
was picked up on Danny Glover is kind of like a Mac.
Yeah,
really. There's that revenge kind of that we'll get to in Predator 2, but
yeah. I mean, it's funny because aside from, I would say, Dylan, I think that Mac would be the first as far as my ranking goes, as far as who got the best of really good character development and plot. Because I mean, you obviously have Blaine and Mac; they're friends, and of course, when the Predator kills Blaine, Mac now has an entire new character arc for him going on, revenge.
Gonna have me some fun.
Yeah, right. And and that's really good because you have to find a way to be able to balance the horror elements that we see in the film, and then the character development, because you want to do your best to avoid the generic slasher tropes.
Well,
and this film really does that well.
Yeah. Well, even with the whole revenge plot line with Mac's character, they still kept that horror in there, because even though he swears to avenge his friend, he's lost his mind in fear, not just anger. There's there's a lot of fear weighing on him because he's the first one to see the thing.
Right.
And it's camouflage, it fucking glares at him.
Yeah.
And showing even the toughest of nails like them can go fucking nuts after seeing that thing.
Right. So the King of a Nation says the mannerisms are amazing, establishing their prowess. Carl Weathers got that from Force 10 from Navarone. Really good film, by the way. If you've never seen it, Force 10 from Navarone. I forget when it came out, but it has Harrison Ford. It also has the guy from Jaws. I can't believe it. I can't remember his name.
Roy Scheider, Richard Dreyfuss, Robert Shaw.
Robert Shaw. There you go.
Ooh, I love Robert Shaw.
Yeah. But Carl Weathers was in that movie. He plays like a Dylan in that film. This is a quick side note. He really, he plays as a military guy in that film. It's a movie that couldn't be made today. Let me put it that way. It's because they have some mannerisms in there that people would have problems with, but go see it, find it, on the internet or whatever. Force 10 from Navarone. Really, really good film. Bacon says, hello there. Hello there.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, Bacon. What's going on, bud?
Nice video you just did there about the 5 movies you love that everyone else hates.
There you go.
I gotta do something like that.
Yeah, I gotta think of that one. But
the King of a Nation says 1979. That's when Force 10 from Navarone came out.
One more thing about fucking Carl Weathers. Don't you think it's kind of funny that in Happy Gilmore he's missing his hand, and in this movie he gets his arm blasted off?
Yeah.
I can't help but wonder if they did that on purpose.
They probably did. I mean, that's a pretty iconic scene. I mean,
yeah.
Props to him though, because it's like you get your arm shot off.
Probably my favorite death in the movie too.
Yeah, and then you still have the strength to continue fucking shooting. It's like death is coming straight to your face. You can't entirely see it. It's just looking like a shimmer of light, and it's like, props to you for not just like laying down there to die. It's like you're going out fighting. Yeah, just a flesh wound. Oh man.
Yeah.
But let's see. The King of a Nation says racist use on Carl Weathers sublime, but Carl Weathers was excellent. He's referring to Force 10 from Navarone. Yeah. But Predator just left a really huge impact on cinema and sci-fi, and rightfully so. You have all these fantastic elements. And of course, we can't forget about that explosive ending, where Dutch becomes the Predator if you really analyze it, because I've seen quite a few videos that sort of it's a discussion like, well, who really is the Predator when you boil it down? Because if you think about it, who had more kills by the end of the film? In compare, like when you take Arnold and the Predator, well, Arnold had more kills. He killed more people. The Predator killed less people. But in the end, Arnold was the real Predator, because by the end of it, he was using the tactics that the Predator used, attacking from the trees, using projectile weapons, having a camouflage that gets disrupted by water. So
that's why it's called Predator. That's why it's called just Predator.
It's a great bait and switch.
Because he becomes the Predator. Like he becomes the Predator, and I think you're right. Like I think that's what's and we'll get to it. But that last movie that come out, that's why it's such a dumb shit statement on all of it, because you're really talking about Arnold here. You're not talking about we don't know what the Predators are even called. It's our name for them, really. We don't know what they're called. They could be called, freaking Pussyface or Squidman.
Don't call them Cyclos.
There you go.
Fucking Battlefield Earth.
No,
but that's why that third act.
I saw that movie once on Netflix because a friend of my dad said, "Oh yeah, that movie's fucking awesome."
It's so fucking bad.
No, it's awful.
I sat there. I'm like, "What the fuck is this movie?" This is John Travolta. Jesus Christ.
I mean, they are both dreadlocked aliens.
Yeah, but which one looks cooler? Which one did it better? Right?
Predator, obviously.
Yeah.
It's but that third act, man, is it's great the way Arnold turns everything around.
Yeah.
Backfires on him kind of. When he loses his camouflage.
Yeah.
And then it's like it's primitive, right? And he gets his ass beat, let's face it, but
yes.
The way he sets two traps for the Predator was really awesome.
Yeah. Just really quick, something that I've been thinking about for a while and just sort of contemplating in my head, what if they had cut the scene that in the beginning where the ship is actually coming to Earth? Now, if you watch the trailers, you already know what this movie's about. If you've already seen Predator or any of the other Predator films, you already know what the Predator is. But take someone who has never seen a Predator trailer, who basically knows nothing about the franchise, and you're going to sit them down to watch Predator for the first time. Would you skip the intro showing the ship come in? That way, they wouldn't have any idea that we're going to be seeing some aliens.
That could be an interesting experience, to say the least.
I guess you didn't really need it. Same with the Thing. The way the Thing opens?
Yeah.
Did you really need to see it come to Earth? Because they explained it anyway. They explained it anyway later on. So sometimes those things are not needed. It's like when he's hiding in mud.
Right.
This doesn't bother me really, but some people find it's you're treating the audience kind of dumb. It's when he goes, he couldn't see me.
Right.
We clearly see that the Predator couldn't see you, right?
Right.
But it doesn't bother me.
You'd probably say that to yourself if you were in that situation to begin with.
Yeah, I mean that's fair.
See me.
Right?
Yeah.
I talk to myself all the time.
It was more like, I think it was more like, why couldn't he see me? And then look down at the mud. But he's trying to be quiet, right? But
right. But yeah,
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, it's just, referring back to the opening scene, I have no problem seeing the ship come in because it's an iconic shot. It's just, if I wanted to get somebody's genuine reaction about this film without knowing anything about it, like if they saw Arnold Schwarzenegger and oh, it's going to be another typical Arnold Schwarzenegger film. But wait, there's more. And you take out the entire element about there being an alien here, it will be a complete shock. I can almost guarantee it. I would bet money on it that they would whoa, what? It's a fucking alien? Because obviously you see the infrared shots. Okay.
Yeah.
So if somebody were to do something, it's like, oh, so it's like an animal, or maybe somebody has infrared goggles that's following them around. I mean, it could be something that simple. And then when you finally get the reveal that's an alien, just the biggest mind explosion. I would love to see someone's, genuine first reactions.
I'd say the first, real reveal that it is definitely not something of this world is when Hawkins gets killed. And like J-Man mentioned earlier, that is where I think the tone shift really works well, because it goes from cheesy 80s action to kind of sci-fi horror. But they all, not just because, oh, this is scary. The first character they kill is the comic relief, because now it's about to get serious. No more lighthearted humor.
That's a good fucking point that I even never thought about, actually.
Yeah,
that's a good point, where they kill the comedian first, and just the way that's one of my favorite moments in the whole movie, because I love when she hits Poncho with the branch.
Yeah.
And then they all kind of turn. It goes dun 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 dun, and the music's kicking in. And then the way he drags Hawkins, it's the camera with that nice low angle into the trees.
Yeah,
great, man. It's just great.
Yeah, and of course, we have to acknowledge the fact that the Predators have an honor code, and this is going to be very important as we dive into everything else going forward in this franchise. And especially when we get into the 2018 film. But the Predator, seeing that Dutch was a clever little bastard, he's like, okay, all right, you want I by sparing him and going into unarmed combat, one-on-one, mano-a-mano type, it shows that the Predators have an honor code, and they acknowledge skill. Obviously, they're hunters; they go after the most dangerous game. So the Predator was able to wipe out everyone else in Dutch's team except for Dutch. So seeing that the Predator chooses to fight him one-on-one, and you got to give Predators credit that they acknowledge the strength of an opponent, and they have a one-on-one fair fight, even though obviously Predator's much fucking taller and makes Arnold look like a
Hawkins was on the move. He was on the move, and that's when the Predator went after them.
Yeah.
That's when that's why it's I don't know, with the Predators, I don't know if they
here's why
necessarily kill people just standing still. Although he did with Blaine, kind of, but Blaine had this huge gun, so what does the Predator do?
Right. Well,
he shoots him with his. This is I'm rambling here, but we'll get into it with the new movie coming out, that I have some interesting thoughts on their honor code and how they're gonna handle that.
But I mean, we know that the Predators don't go after unworthy prey, so that's why when the Predator killed Hawkins, it didn't kill Anna, because Anna was unarmed. And you could make an argument that the Predator was especially interested in killing Hawkins because he was attacking an unarmed person, at least from the Predator's perspective. As you see the Predator coming in, you can see, Hawkins, kind of wrestling around with Anna. And, obviously the Predator knows that she was unarmed, and then he was armed. So he attacks Hawkins and doesn't attack Anna, obviously knowing the difference, which obviously shows more intelligence, that it's not just a dumb alien, right?
Exactly.
But with the Predator's honor code, they go after the most dangerous prey. They go after armed opponents. They don't go after unarmed opponents, in the sense. Of course, you could say, well, what about animals? Well, if they were to hunt like a tiger, or even go even crazier, like a dinosaur, like a T-Rex. I mean, obviously, there is still the hunt for survival type thing. So if they hunt for meat, they still do the hunt. But as far as, hunting for fun, they go after what they would deem as worthy prey, which is important, because this is something that we get to see sort of in Predator 2 that happens. But before we get on to Predator 2, anybody want to share their final thoughts on this film?
The score.
One more thing. Oh, yeah.
The score is absolutely just brilliant in this. And I did a video on a scene from Back to the Future, the same composer, Alan Silvestri. You can hear the little soundscapes similar. There's similar beats in there. Just really like just notes here and there that you'll hear. They'll go, man, you can tell that's the guy from Predator.
Yep.
You know, doing the score. But I said this on when I had Caleb on my show. I love the Ode to Blaine with Bill Duke. You know,
Right.
bow, 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 bow,
Nice.
bow. It's beautiful. That's a beautiful piece of music.
Yeah.
But and that whole arc too with Duke and Blaine and the, you know, that like one of my favorite moments. You know, when he's looking at the moon, he's go, "Here we are again." You know, talking about his Vietnam days with them and.
Right.
Not a fucking scratch. Whoever got you, I'm gonna cut my name in him. I'm gonna cut your name in him. Like that's great.
Yeah.
I love that.
Nice. One more thing about Predator. Get to the chopper.
There you
One
go.
of the great. There's something I love about that scene is that, like, we all know Arnold is almost unstoppable killing machine, but that is a scene where we see him very fucking vulnerable.
Yes. Yeah.
And it's an intense scene, and that line delivery, flawless.
Yeah.
I'd hate if someone else tried to say it.
Yeah. I just want to mention the last thing where the tone switches for me. The scene I'm particularly talking about is when Poncho and is it Duke? Not Duke. Poncho and I forget who else. I think it's Billy. When after they tear the forest apart, the jungle.
Oh yeah.
And he's like, "Hey, no blood, no bodies. We hit nothing." And then you dun 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 dun.
Yeah.
And then Arnold gets up, and it's like, "Dylan, you better get on the radio. You know, Mac, get our position above the bridge there, or tell him to set these things up." And that's where Arnold's like, the dude's worried. There's serious anxiety going with the leader of this team. Right. That's where the movie takes, and this is where it gets treated unfairly. It seems like everyone remembers this masculinity 80s cheese, and did you forget that the tone switches, and this movie really gets dark, like a bit darker, and it gets there's anxiety with these guys and in the music, and films just don't do that no more. I find it so it's a very I love it. I love how they can switch the tone and make it still work. The comedies, flawless. The comedy's put in where it's supposed to be put in.
Appropriate timing for things, and especially with the soundtrack. I mean,
Caleb freeze.
Shit, he was just onto something.
Welcome to the Dark Aether Files podcast, everyone.
Shit,
are we okay?
Yeah. I am. You're kind of buffering right now.
I don't know what the fuck just happened. My internet literally cut out for a second. Okay, we're good. We're good. All right. But anyway, so the soundtrack. So the theme, the main theme that plays at the beginning and at the end. I mean, that's fucking iconic. Dun 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 dun. You know, I love that. I love that theme. Just the soundtrack. I mean, everything fits perfectly with this film, you know, and they did a really good job in piecing this together. You got to give them props, you know, giving us that ominous feeling of isolation in that jungle. I mean, dude, you're in the jungle, you're gonna feel fucking isolated, obviously. If you've ever been in the jungle long enough.
Keep in mind how the camera is doing that. It's spying on them all the time.
Yeah,
it's always like looking at them through the trees and everything, and it gives a sense of isolation that something's watching. They're always looking up. And it's using all those low angles. You'll notice all the low angles they use coming down with high angles. They're never on the same plane. You know what I mean? They're never on the same plane. If you watch the camera work the next time, because sometimes, you know, you're watching it, you're enjoying it, but watch this where they're pointing the camera all the time. And I think you'll really appreciate it even more.
Right. Yeah. And, you know, that's something that I can't remember who did the cinematography, but we do see some of that more, or well, not more, but we do see some of that again in Predator 2 with some of the establishing shots and the shots of some of the alleyways and such, which is nice because usually one of the issues that you have with sequels is that they don't really, they feel really different to the original. And, you know, sometimes that's good. Sometimes you obviously you have to be able to establish your own ground as a separate film. At the same time, you want to keep that spirit of the original film, which I think Predator 2 does really well. But here we are, Predator 2. And this is where things start to go downhill a little bit for me. I do think that this film it gets a little too much flack for being a sequel. It's not that bad, especially considering what comes later. What comes later.
I rewatched Predator 2. I rewatched all these movies, not this week, but last week, the week before. And this one surprised me a bit. I was like, man, this movie holds up quite well. It's still true to the Predator character.
Yeah.
It starts vicious, man. It's just freaking the way it starts. It's just an action. It may be the better action movie in a way, like with some of the action in it. I don't want to. That's a bold. I'm not going to say that because I still think Predator's a much better movie. But I'm just saying that it opens up with just a whole full blown gang war in L.A. establishing the Predator and establishing all the characters we're going to spend time with. And this character of Danny Glover, he's not the Lethal Weapon character. This guy is intense, pissed off, freaking doesn't follow the rules very well.
No.
You know, just he's amazing in this. And you know, Bill Paxton, he's great too. It still has really good characters. The girl was kind of like a Vasquez ripoff from Aliens in a way.
Yeah.
I thought she was good though. It sets up the movie quite well. Ties it into the first movie still. You still got the score.
Alan Silvestri came back to do the score, and what I really like about the soundtrack is the sort of tribal tones that we get. And I don't know who's doing the soundtrack for Predator or for the new Predator film, but I think it was kind of a mistake to not, if they need to try and bring Alan Silvestri back to do the score again, because I think that with this new film, and we'll get more into that later, but I mean, the whole point is that Alan Silvestri, he does really great work with Predator, and he does that again here with Predator 2. I love a lot of the original score in Predator, and I think that a lot of it improves in certain areas with Predator 2, especially with those tribal, sound bits. And you kind of get this really good setting or feeling, if you will, especially at the end of Predator 2 when they're in the Predator ship. I mean, and we'll get to that.
It's great. I think, excuse me. I think the middle just drags a bit. I think that's where this movie starts it drags a bit. I mean, when you put Danny Glover against the Predator, this is what we want to see.
Right.
And when that shows up, when he finally, it is maybe a better third act than the first one.
I think
in a lot of ways.
I mean, there's a lot more going on. I mean, I think that there's a lot more at stake in a way, especially because, whereas in the third act of the first film, you're in an isolated area. In this film, you're in a much more populated environment. There's more people that could get hurt. And if you're thinking like a police officer, the last thing you want is to have innocent people getting in the way.
I thought you said get eaten there for a second.
Sorry. But getting in the way, because I mean, look what happened. The Predator gets his arm chopped off, and he's in that bathroom. You got freaking Jeopardy in the background. And the lady's going up with the fucking broom. She's going up with the broom. And
that was always funny.
The Predator
brooms are very effective.
I love that. I love that when he's like, "Don't worry, I'm a cop." I don't think he gives a shit.
That's great. And see, that is an appropriate timing for humor. I mean, I don't know what happened. It's like they took the idea of humor and they said, you know what? Humor in the entirety of the Predator film, of one Predator film, having humor all over the place. It's not just in the appropriate areas. It's in areas where it doesn't make any fucking sense, but let's do it anyway, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
But
you see more weapons. You get to see more weapons they use. So they're building on that.
The lore. That is the biggest thing that this film does really well, and it's subtle about it. It doesn't hit you in the face with the lore.
That's just something any good sequel should do, is just expand on what the original built.
Right.
What I say this one did the best job, not quite. But
Yeah, I mean
it
it's
does land where it needs to. Like there are some things where it's like, I didn't know that before.
right.
Sweet. It's not as good as Aliens. I'll just say that.
Yeah,
Oh no, not even close to
yeah, that's fair.
that level.
No.
Yeah. But
Well, it's not even close to the first movie, but
right.
you know.
But the thing is that you don't want to have everything explained to you, especially when it comes to these predators, because I don't want to know every single thing about their technology, because having too much information in certain cases it can sort of spoil the mystique about a character. So I think them holding back on showing off too much is smart for this particular film. Of course, as you get later on into the films, it does make sense to sort of expand more, especially when you have the comics, which we'll go into when we touch on the next film after this one. But the lore that this film establishes, it expands on that simple concept. Okay, so you got one predator. Well, but there's one, there's more. So what happens when there's an entire group of them that come? Well, throughout the entire film, you only see the one predator, and that's the big kicker, right? It's the plot twist that there was an entire group of these guys underground in the predator ship that was hiding in the sewers, and you get introduced to this whole family. They're called the Lost Tribe, by the way. NECA even classified them as such. I think they got that from the lore. I don't know what bit of lore. I think it might have been the novelization, maybe. I don't know for sure, but they called this particular clan of predators the Lost Tribe, and that's a really neat thing. That this is just one clan of predators. This isn't representative of their entire society. This is just one of many more that's out there, and just from that little bit alone, you get so much when you get into the trophy room, right?
Yeah.
You see all these different skulls on there. You see the xenomorph skull, and that's what really kicked off a lot of the future of the franchise.
I think there was a missed opportunity in this movie. I think maybe Danny Glover should have killed the Predator 3/4 of the way through the movie, and then we find out there's two of them who have been hunting. You know what I mean? So that would have give you like, okay, that guy died kind of early. Then
well,
you find
it
out
would have been like
too.
and
maybe a more experienced Predator going, wow, this guy because if you're gonna raise the stakes, then you got to raise your good guy or your protagonist is even being better and even more worthy in a way. And let Danny Glover was great in this. He was an alpha male. Like no one was fucking with him. So maybe that could have been a cool idea.
I like that. I mean, if you think about it, because that would have been a really neat plot twist, because this film it follows a lot of the similar beats of the first film. Obviously, it's in a different environment. You have different characters, different situations to differentiate from the original. But you make a good point that if they had did that kind of a plot twist where you have two predators hunting, of course, us, the audience, doesn't even notice it. We just see one predator attacking. It could be any predator. We don't get to see the predator clearly too much, except for when we get into the apartment scene where the guy and the girl having sex and they get interrupted. You get to see the predator uncloak a little bit. But aside from that, I mean, you can edit that out really. But if they would have had two predators, that would have been better. I think that would
have been cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I really like when he's tracking him in the subway.
Yeah.
And then you see him rip his fucking spine out and he just throws the body. You hear the guy yell. So he ripped that thing out while the guy was alive.
Well, no, that was actually the predator roaring though.
That wasn't the guy going, oh, I thought that was
because the guy that he was ripping out, that was Jerry. That was
Bill Paxton. You're right. Sorry.
Yeah, he was already dead.
But I just liked how they you got to have a ripping out of the spine in every Predator movie. You have to have it. It's in and also you guys mentioned the xenomorph in the trophy room. Yeah. What about all those other freaking badass skulls that we've never seen?
One did look like a dinosaur.
It did.
And I'm like, why do they keep hunting humans? Why not show them hunting something that's just a lot more vicious? You know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe Maybe they just gotta keep building upon more each time with each predator. Start with the humans and work your way up to something greater.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just a theory, but can we just talk about that scene though with Bill Paxton? That is one of my favorite scenes in the whole movie.
Oh, the
where
one
he's trying to,
where
yeah,
okay, yeah.
in the subway. But
he throws a fucking golf ball at the predator.
But the way how the predator uses that recording of the "want some candy," it's like
fucking freaky.
Okay, that's creepy as hell.
Yeah, it's a good scene with the lights going out and everything. Yeah, it's really shot well.
Of course, my question is, how the fuck did the predator get on top of the subway? Because I mean, there's not a lot of like space to jump. I know that may seem like a little bit of nitpicking, but I do like the scene. I like it. It's just when you actually think about it and you think about how the predator operates, it's like, okay, he was up there the whole time by the time the train started moving. Like he actually was following Lambert and Leona as they got on the train, and he got on top of it, and so he was there the whole time. Or somehow, some way, he jumped onto that train while it was moving, however fast it was moving. And again, it may seem like nitpicking, but that's a very tight area, and so he breaks through, and then a slaughter begins. Now, it just so happens that every person in that particular train car is armed to the teeth.
Well, that's like fucking gang-ridden New York. I mean, Los Angeles. My bad.
Might as well be New York, right?
But
they stay true to the character by not killing the girl because she's pregnant.
Yeah.
So I like that.
That's what I wanted to touch on as far as their hunting thing. But before that, well, actually, you know what? Fuck it. Let's talk about it. Okay, so the Predator with his honor code, obviously Leona was armed, so he would technically have every right to kill her. But she was pregnant, like you said, J-Man, and I find it interesting that he was able to pick up on that. Like, I mean, he grabbed her, and what made him look down at her abdomen area?
Maybe he has a sixth sense we just don't know about, though. Like,
did you know what I mean? Feel the baby kick or something? Just
yeah.
I don't know. Kick. Didn't when he picked her up? Wasn't he always looking in infrared the whole time, so he would have saw it?
I guess. I mean, because if you notice that he actually zooms in, like it goes in like sort of layers.
Yeah.
It must be. It must be for the audience's understanding.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, we do see an advancement in Predator technology, which we will touch on. But it is noteworthy that the Predator saw that she was pregnant and then let her live. Which is good because we don't necessarily need to be seeing a predator kill a pregnant woman, especially when the predator's MO is not to target people like that.
Unless it's a hybrid.
Like in AVPR of sorts, I guess, which we'll get to.
That just made me feel gross.
Yeah, but yeah, just really quick. I mean, Danny Glover winning against the Predator in combat, that's something that you can say that he did better than Arnold at, is that he actually killed the Predator because Arnold spared the Predator. Like, the Predator got crushed.
Yep.
He was bleeding out, dying, and Dutch chose to spare him. And then, of course, the Predator self-destructs. But Danny Glover is like, fuck that, and stabs the Predator in the chest. He wins. He wins against the Predator, which is really cool. I love that. And then, of course, the other Predators show up. But I mean, in this entire series, this is the first time where we actually get to see someone genuinely kill a Predator in combat, albeit in very interesting circumstances. But nonetheless, he kills a Predator and he does get a prize.
Yeah, another cool thing too is how he's afraid of heights. They establish.
Yeah,
and he has to chase this thing on the buildings and everything, where he overcomes his fear for his revenge, right?
Right.
Because this is a vengeance story. Don't make no mistake about it.
Yeah, I mean, when his partner gets killed, it kind of harkens back, like you said, to Mac and Blaine. You have a sort of Mac and Blaine 2.0, but with a little bit more focus on Mac and not being a complete lunatic. Harrigan isn't a complete lunatic, but still, I think Danny Glover did a great job, and I hope, and this is kind of like a pipe dream, but I hope that if they do another Predator film after this new one that's going to be coming out, that they bring back Dutch and Danny Glover. At least bring them back as cameos, man. I know that Arnold doesn't usually like doing cameos, which is why he didn't return for the 2018 film. Again, dodging a bullet.
Yep.
But I hope that we get to see them again at least one more time, because these guys are getting older and eventually they're going to pass, and it's like
basically for me it's a worthy sequel. It's not a great sequel, but it's worthy. I consider this movie, I categorize it as my like a time well wasted. I have a good time with it, but it's not going to blow you away or anything like that. But it just, at the time when we watched this, when I was a kid watching this, I would have been like 11 or 12, maybe 11. I was like, this is a shitty sequel. Like but then you find out what comes years and years later. So it's good. Predator 2, I honestly say, is probably my second favorite one.
That's fair.
Predator 1 and 2. So.
Yeah. Carter says, fun fact, the song "The Girls Escape" by Alan Silvestri was used in a Mighty Morphin Power Rangers the movie featurette.
Interesting.
I'll have to look into that.
Kyle says Donald McAlpine did the cinematography for the original Predator movie.
Oh, cool. Good.
Okay.
Carter also says the train scene would have fit better if it was in Texas. Everyone having guns, yeah. Just something I wanted to touch on really quick. Well, actually, go ahead, Danner, because what I'm going to say is going to tie into the next film.
I just wanted to say one more thing I really liked in this movie is that tribal dude or wherever the fuck he was.
Oh yeah,
King Willie. In the alley. Yeah, I love how his death scene is executed. Like, you hear him screaming, it just hard cuts to a close up of his face, like he is screaming. It's like, nope, he's already dead. Yeah, Predator's holding his head and everything.
Yeah. And then we get to see the Predators, cleaning the skull. That's something that I mean, they went into some pretty gritty detail with that. Showing removing the hair, the flesh. That's really gruesome. But I mean, then he polishes the skull, then sticks it on, and then you can actually see like the bottom jaw of the alien. If you pause it just right, you actually get to see the alien skull briefly. But of course,
But yeah, that's something a lot of the movies miss too. Is that like in the first movie where he's just petting the skull?
Yeah.
That's a very important character moment.
Yeah,
like he's caressing it, like he's so proud of what he hunted, and
that's right,
and stuff like that. So
it was nothing more. It was never implied to be nothing more. He likes his trophies. He killed the prey. He got his trophy.
It's like one of the scenes my dad loves. Is when he picks Arnold up. My dad, every time he watches it, he goes like this. Oh, that's gonna look good on my trophy case. You know what I mean? That's what he's doing. He's looking at the guy's fucking skull. He's going, that's a prize.
That's all he's doing, right? Right? That's why they collect trophies, right?
That is the only reason. It's all about the thrill of the hunt.
I'm getting ahead of myself.
You are. I thought I'd be the one doing that at this rate.
All right, so here's a little bit of a fun fact for you. So Predator 2 was based off of a Dark Horse comic by the name of Predator Concrete Jungle. It was to serve as a sequel to the original Predator film in comic form. And it actually followed Dutch's brother in New York. Now, of course, with the film adaptation, obviously they want to get Arnold back, but at the same time they were doing Predator 2, Arnold was doing Terminator 2. So he couldn't make it in for Predator 2. Which is, I mean, it's like, well, what would you have wanted? Would you have rather wanted a sequel to
T2,
Terminator or Predator? It's like, well,
I think things worked out for the best.
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah, he got the ball rolling on T2. James Cameron had no intention of ever doing a T2.
Yeah.
He never had even a story for it. T1 was a complete story. It was It was a complete story, and it created this time paradox. It was complete, and Arnold says, "Man, I'd really like to do a T." I think they wanted to do a T2, and James Cameron says, "Where do I?" He didn't even know where to go, but he came up with something, and came up with something really good. So,
right. So we started to see a after Predator 2. Obviously, Dark Horse have been doing Predator comics for a little while, but it would be a few years until we would actually get the next installment in the franchise. And ever since we saw that alien skull in Predator 2, fans and artists, everyone was like, okay, it's time for Alien versus Predator. And I got it right here. Okay, so what you got here is a collection of Alien versus Predator comics, starting with the very first one they made, which is what the Alien versus Predator film, the first one, is based off of. And I have a lot of criticisms with AVP. They took a very interesting concept and they lessened it. And it was actually very simple. You take a premise like Aliens. I'm speaking specifically at Aliens, the sequel, because that's what this comic did. This comic took a story set in the future featuring colonists, just like in Aliens, all right, on an alien world. They come and the predators come across this planet, and because the predators are hunters and they've been hunting aliens, at least in this timeline, they've been hunting aliens for a while. The planet that the humans are on was a seeding planet. So they would drop xenomorph eggs on this planet. The xenomorph eggs would infect the local wildlife and give us the aliens that we know, and the predators would go down and hunt them. Well, the thing is, this time around, there are humans on the planet. That's something that the predators didn't originally account for. So now they have extra issues to deal with. And if you just take everything I just said, you already have what would seem like a really great idea. I mean,
simple too. Simple.
Yep.
And it's frustrating because I found this comic after watching the movies. Okay. Now I enjoy the first AVP film. Don't get me wrong. It's just when I found these comics and I found out that they took from this comic, from that original comic, it pissed me off because we had a much better story that get James Cameron or get John McTiernan or get them both to make a proper adaptation of that first story, take the elements of Aliens, mix it in with Predator, and you have a winning concept. Follow the story. But instead, we get 2004's Alien versus Predator, directed by my favorite director of all time, Paul W.S. Anderson.
You sure about that?
It's a joke. I'm being sarcastic with my smiley face.
No, I will say, I was excited about this movie when it first came out because I was a big fan of Soldier with Kurt Russell by Paul W.S. Anderson. I like that movie. I still do. I enjoy that one. And I remember watching all the behind the scenes stuff, and he's saying, I grew up, he's a huge Alien Predator fan, and he was going to practical effects and showing all the stuff they did for it. And so I was excited about this. And I did enjoy it when it first came out. It's one of those ones that over time, though, you look at it again. It's for me, the big thing is it's very polished and not very gritty. Yeah. It's the PG-13 doesn't help. That's where that doesn't help. But it's very much. Did Freddy versus Jason come out before this?
It did.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's almost like they're playing into another crossover attempt. Although I think this is a much better movie than Freddy versus Jason. Oh yeah. I don't think Freddy. I don't like Jason and Freddy versus Jason though. I think he's terrible in it. But I think the characters are better in this than they are in Freddy vs. Jason.
Yeah.
Well, they're not teenagers. Right. Played by pop stars.
I do like this idea. I like the idea of the whole pyramid they find, and the predators came down and they were treated as God. It's kind of interesting and everything like that.
Yeah.
But I don't like the look of the predators in this. I think they're big and clumsy. They feel like really big. Like they feel. It's like the original two predators were more athletic. They had more of a slimmer build to them. even though
Find
they're
that a
big.
bit. That's kind of jarring, considering that in this movie they're said to be teenage predators.
That's what I'm saying. Like it's
Did they just hit the predator gym more or something?
Okay, that's something that I forgot to touch on when we were covering the first two films, but I'll do it here. One of the greatest things about the original Predator, especially, is that the creature looked realistic. It didn't look like a cheesy monster mask. It looked real. Okay, it had all the glistening like sweat. The skin was sort of like as if it was wet. The facial effects, how it moved, how it raised its eyebrows, how it looked around. I mean, it looked like a real creature. And Predator 2 even did that a little bit, although I'd say it was a little bit less so, just a little bit. But even then, it still looked realistic. It looked slimy and it looked organic. You get into AVP. When we see the Scar Predator, that fucker looks like a Halloween mask. The skin is not. It's not.
You mean when
slimy.
at the end where you see him?
Like his actual face?
Yeah.
Okay.
It is kind of. Even though it doesn't, maybe I don't think it bothers me as much as Caleb, but I see it. It's I call it polished. He looks polished.
Exactly.
He looks.
I mean, just compare it to the original. I mean,
it's not close to the original.
No.
I mean, it's just it devolved. And now here's the interesting thing. So I know that Stan Winston didn't directly work on this film. It was actually his subordinates, Tom Woodruff.
Tom Woodruff Jr. and what was the other guy's name?
Amalgamated Dynamics also worked on this film as well. And so I know that Stan Winston didn't directly work on this film, which is interesting. I wonder why he didn't work on this film directly. Some of the animatronics in here and some of the costumes are decent, but it's just my biggest critique is the look of the Predators unmasked. Of course that and the them being fucking huge.
I like their masks in this movie, though. I do.
The masks look good. Yes, it's just
especially the leader ones. He's got a cool mask. It kind of looks like a skull in a way.
Yeah.
And then, of course, Scar's wearing the classic Predator mask.
And the way they act, I like some of what they do. Like when they don't even know they're there, and they rope the guy up.
Yeah,
and they're still walking along, and they're getting taken out like no problem. And I mean, when I think the two get killed way too quickly, though. It's like these aliens are unstoppable, and the Predators are like. But I think, come on, it could have had a bit more of the fighting.
I still think the reveal was really sweet, though, when the tail just comes right through.
Yes.
It's like, uh-oh.
Yeah, that was cool. And the
agree.
Predator, where it's sneaking up on him, he just fucking slices that bitch in half. I was like,
that was
the
pretty
alien
cool.
face comes right off. That's pretty cool.
Kind of embarrassing for the other Predator who got killed fighting one. Like, here's your brother. He just goes, fuck off.
Yeah.
Okay, now he's worthy of the mark. He killed a Predator without even flinching. Just fuck you.
This is one of these movies too where I talk about humor. I think there's too much humor in it, especially when they're in the middle of the chaos. They're still,
my internet. I don't know what's going on. It just cuts out. Jesus Christ! Stop it.
Some of the humor, it's especially from that English guy in it, the British dude. He's kind of the geek. He's like the
he's Scottish, I think.
Yeah, the Scottish guy.
This is like Finding Moses David Dick collection.
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah.
What the fuck does that even mean?
Yeah. It's it lacks a bit of character, but it's again, it's fun to watch. It can be fun to watch. It's one you can put on with your young kids. Like if my son was watching me watch it, and then he started getting into it, and he's like, Dad, what is he doing? I go, he's making her a shield.
I do like that scene.
And and I had to explain to him, well, the aliens, their acid for blood doesn't work on them, so it's like a shield. right? Or she'd be toast. I know a lot of people have problems with a predator teaming up with a human.
I
a
never
lot of
had
people.
a problem with that.
I didn't have
for some reason.
well because she beat one, so that's why I don't.
Exactly.
If she was never beat one, I wouldn't understand it.
Yeah.
Like it'd be kind of weird. But
I can understand if he spared her because she gave him back his gun, but she does kind of prove her worth by killing a xenomorph.
Yeah.
And that's probably where the alliance is formed.
I agree. I never had an issue with Predator and a human teaming up. I know that people had a problem because, well, shit, the Predators were spending a lot of their time hunting humans, so why would they team up? It's just the thing is that in an extreme situation like they're in, teaming up with a semi intelligent species or intellect that is somewhat similar to your own, it makes sense, especially when you're both being hunted. That's why they have that line, the enemy of my enemy is my friend type of thing. It's just I like the whole shield thing.
Yeah.
It's just I'm going to refer to the comic. I'm that comic guy, right? So let me give you this right here. So that whole setup is based off of these two characters right here. So this Predator was the leader of the Predator clan that was leading the hunt on the planet that the Predators chose to seed for the Xenomorphs. This guy's name is Broken Tusk. Now, if you think about the name, it's somewhat similar to what they call the Predator in this one, Scar. So this guy, he literally has a broken tusk. That's why he has the name. And this character right here is what the Alexa Woods character was based off of. This character right here, her name is Machiko Noguchi. Now, you're seeing her in Predator armor because this is after this first story takes place. So what happens is it's similar to what happened with Aliens. So the entirety of the human colony is basically destroyed in order to kill the alien infestation. The Predator is Broken Tusk is mortally wounded. And Machiko receives a clan marking like the character Alexa does in this film. The difference is that the marking is on the cheek for Alexa, but for Machiko, she gets it on the forehead. And it actually served her well later on because you have a bit of a time skip in the comic where another Predator clan comes to the planet to find out what happened to the hunting party that came down to this planet because in the comic the Predator ship gets destroyed, so they lose contact with the rest of their clan. So the Predators send a party to go find them. And they land in close to a shack where Machiko is, where she's held up by herself for the past few years, I believe it was. And when they find her, she has Broken Tusk's, clan marking, and that actually serves to help her. And the Predators bring her into the Predator clan, and they actually train her. So that's why you see her with her Predator armor. And, that's why when I look at what we were given in the film, it's like, it's so bare bones. It's like, yeah, she gets her staff, she gets the xenomorph shield, and at the very end, the elder Predator gives her his spear, and then they just leave, and it's like, well, it's completely different from what they did in the comics. And I think that the comics actually did it better in that case. With that said, it's still nice to see the Predator and the humans team up. It's a concept that I don't have a problem with. I like the idea if it's executed properly. But I mean, and for all the flack that I give it, I mean, AVP, the first one, isn't, again, it's not that bad. It'd be a hell of a lot better. And hell, I mean, they bring back Lance Henriksen, so more crossover for Aliens, having the Weyland Corporation before it's Yutani, which is important because we get to see Yutani in the sequel. At least briefly.
Yeah. But I also really like, because there was some fan service there with Lance Henriksen, because like you get that one scene where he's just sat at his desk, he has the pen, just
has
does
the pen,
It's like good one. But with something they could have done, I think what could have worked for the sequel is have Scar survive this movie. I don't know, maybe have the other two die, maybe have one of them not die so early on. Maybe he dies fighting the queen. I don't know. And he's the one who gets impregnated. And Scar in the next one is the one who's hunting the hybrid. I think it could have made.
I like
for a better
that. See, I
story.
never even thought of that.
It could have been like a revenge story. You know what?
Exactly. Revenge story. This time it's the Predator seeking revenge.
You're seeing a pattern. That would have been a cool pattern. That's dude. You see, you look at these things in retrospect, and it's like, dude, that could have worked. You could have
because
done
I don't know if you're gonna segue into the next one. The Wolf Predator, I fucking love. I really do love. He is. I've already told Caleb this. He's the best part of this thing.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, and the stuff he does is awesome. There's some little decision making that Caleb brought up to me that I thought about.
we'll get into it. Yep.
But we'll get into it. But having Scar as someone we've already connected with, would have really worked. Now that you're saying, see, I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, neither did I.
But,
good job, Danner. That's a really good idea.
But again, though, I mean, I kind of go back and forth on what I think they could have done. I mean, I'm also the same guy who said, yeah, I was rooting for the alien in that fight. Sorry. But again, maybe it could have just been that one Predator who dies. Like, it could have just been a fight, straight fight. But also that alien became a fan favorite because everyone knew it as the alien that killed two Predators, and he's got the net scarring on his head.
Yeah, they call him Grid. Yeah.
Or Net. I just call him Net Face. I don't give a shit.
Net face, net head. But yeah, I agree. I mean, that opening shot though, where the alien, stabs the Predator. I mean that's iconic. They didn't take that from the comic. That's actually something that they did for the film, which is good because you have a little bit of creativity, and obviously you want to see that initial first contact. It's like you got to leave a really big impression, like, oh shit, it's about to get real, and you have them come face to face, and you have the music build up. I mean, that's really good. And something that I do want to touch on that I touched on is about the sound design. Okay, the Predators, they have their classic Predator roar for the most part. One of my critiques, though, is that they have a lot of moments where the Predator sounds like a goddamn tiger.
Yeah, that is weird.
And then the Vision sound. The Vision sounds... It doesn't sound as good as the original.
That has Paul W.S. Anderson's fingerprints all over it.
Yeah.
Making it feel too much like the Resident Evil.
When the alien and the Predator square off, I wasn't really big on how he's like, Predator's like, do it like this. I wasn't really. It was just that. It was that one stance thing. I was kind of like, I don't know how I feel about it. Really, I'm more mixed on it than anything. It just seems like.
It's funny because I was watching someone review this film, and this guy did this review quite a few years ago now. But he described that Predator fighting the alien and tossing him around. He described it like pro wrestling.
Yeah, that's.
Then he name dropped the Undertaker. I'm pretty sure I heard someone say it's like the Undertaker fighting. I don't know. Doink.
I don't think he mentioned any specific wrestlers by name, but he did mention pro wrestling, and he also did, have a critique that the Predators look too freaking big, and it's true. It's like, and here's the funny thing, and we'll get into this, but you see a lot of bigger Predators coming up in the Predator Hunting Grounds video game, and if you think that these guys are big, just wait till we get to the discussion about the game, and I'll even pull up some images for you guys because you saw a little bit of it in our intro, but it was going a little fast. But I'll show you guys when we get to it.
If it's not broke, don't fix it, man. It's
I mean,
can you imagine if they made like a 20-foot tall Predator? Oh wait. I'm just saying, as far as the Predators and AVP being big goes, it could be worse.
Hey, you know what? You got to ask yourself a question. What's the evolutionary advantage of being fucking 20 feet tall? I mean, I guess it could work for like a T-Rex, for example, because it's like you're the meanest motherfucking dinosaur in the camp. But aren't you fuckers supposed to be stealthy? Aren't you supposed to be hunters? You're not supposed to be running around making loud noises. It's like if you're big, you're gonna be making lots of noises. And that's why it's like, well, you know what? The predators in this film, they don't do a lot of jungle tree jumping because there's no
Yeah.
trees.
Well, except for Scar in that one scene where he's just kind of like pretending to be like a statue.
Which was
Yeah.
clever, by the way.
Hello.
I
was
don't know
cool.
why. I don't know why they didn't use their camouflage more against the aliens.
Yeah.
I think because the aliens could see.
Oh, they can see through. Oh,
maybe
okay.
they could smell them. I don't know.
Well, it's funny because in the AVP video games, that's actually one of the things that happens, that the aliens can. It has to do with their alien senses. So the camouflage doesn't work against the aliens because of the like pheromones or whatever. It's basically how an alien can spot you from, like, if you're hiding behind a wall and they know you're there. It's like that's how they know, sort of, in a way. At least that's how it is in the video games. But the funny thing is, we don't get too much POV shots from the aliens' perspective in the films.
No.
We only get that one bit in Alien 3, but that's not really the alien's vision necessarily. It's just the camera following the alien around as if that's how it looks, but there's no...
It's just bad cinematography is what it is.
Pretty much.
I do like the shot where it takes its mouth and smashes the predator's head in. And then the alien kind of goes, ah!
Yeah, kind of like a victory.
Yeah, it was kind of a cool shot there.
Which is weird, though, because it's like these aliens, they're not like the predators. They wouldn't... I mean, but then again, whatever, I guess.
Hey,
do what you're going to do.
Hey, you know what bugged me a lot while watching it? How the fuck does Lex outrun the fucking queen?
I guess the queen's just too big and heavy.
That'd be like some redheaded bimbo outrunning a T-Rex in high heels. Oh wait. Fuck Jurassic World.
I guess that's the next franchise we need to.
And again, they set Lex up, but she's not the sequel.
Yeah, that's a shame.
Like, do we know how much time has passed from when the wolf predator leaves to go?
Okay, that's the funny thing. All right, that's the funny thing. So obviously, the movie gets released in 2007. This movie was released and took place in 2004. But the way that they were shooting the intro for AVPR, it's like instantaneous, because remember, the chest burster doesn't stay in the Predator for very long in this timeline, which is another critique. The aliens in AVP, they burst it out too quick.
Yes, Caleb, I noticed that too. It's like it was instantaneous.
Yes. Okay. Now, obviously, if you remember from Alien and Aliens, okay, especially the first Alien. Yeah, I mean, because the alien is developing inside. It's not like the facehugger dropped the alien as it is, the chest burster, and then it just comes out. You have to have that time to process it. And then that's where the fear comes in. It's like, well, fuck, I just had this thing in me. It's like, well, what's going to happen now? But in this film, they rush the shit. And that's another critique that I have, is that you don't have time to develop it. Again, this is something the comics did better.
Well, look how long it was in Scar. But yet the humans were instantaneous. That's a plot hole for sure.
Inconsistencies with your lore. You gotta get this shit right. And fuck, even AVPR has this to a certain degree. Though you could say that they did it a little bit better. There was a little bit more time that passed, just because they had more scenes that didn't feature the people that got impregnated. So you could say, oh well, they did it better in AVPR. And to that degree, I would probably say yeah. But that could also be due to the fact of the way they cut the scenes. But, who knows? But, I mean, again, comic did it better. I keep saying it. But, I mean, because, look, that's my disappointment, because I read this comic and I'm like, well, fuck, why didn't they just adapt this comic? It would have made a much better story. And that's one of my big issues, is that, and then it leads into AVPR, because these movies take place in modern day. That is my first big issue. If you're going to have an AVP film, you need to set it in the alien future. Yeah. Where we see like Ripley. I'm not saying that you would necessarily need Ripley to be in an AVP film, although that would be cool, because I would love to see how Ripley would react to the Predators hunting the aliens. It would be
Ripley and Dutch teaming up.
The only thing is, though,
not only that, how much would the Predators respect Ripley. She took out a freaking queen twice. An
They
alien
would,
and
they would honor her. You know why? Because in the AVP comic, Machiko and Broken Tusk took down the alien queen together, just like they did in the film. But Machiko is a better version of the character that they made in the film because she stood her ground a lot more. She had a lot more character depth. There was a lot more character depth to Machiko than Alexa Woods, which is why
how cool would it have been in the end of Aliens Part 2? James Cameron's Aliens, if after they blew the planet up, right? Because it didn't get blown up, right?
Right.
Right.
If you just saw the Predator ship coming in, and they're just kind of like, "What the fuck happened here?" You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
like as just to say, okay, we're acknowledging these two creatures in the same world.
Yeah.
You know, like what you said, that idea of them going to this planet all the time. So they go for a hunt and the place is just demolished.
Yeah, I mean that would be like a pretty bizarre thing to have as like a post-credit type scene. But you know, again, I think this is something that we're going to see a trend in going into the future now with this franchise is that there's a lot of missed opportunities here. You had a lot of opportunity to do things that you just didn't do, and because you decided to follow a certain timeline, now you're kind of stuck there, which leads us into AVPR. So carrying in continuity for the first AVP, we know that Scar gets taken on board the Predator ship, and funny enough, they don't do any kind of autopsy on the body. They just kind of leave him there. You know, his mask is off. You know, his mask is off, and you would think that okay, these Predators are smart enough to know that okay, he's the last survivor. He's dead now. Yeah, he's dead. So how would the embryo inside be alive then? Well, you would think that the Predators would count on, unpredictability. They're known as the galaxy's deadliest hunters for a reason. They had to have considered it. But no, they're just leaving him there. Like you said, Danner, great view. and then the chest burster, it busts out. And then it wreaks havoc on the Predator ship, which is weird though, because they're on that huge Predator ship that we saw at the end of the first film. And then we see a smaller hunting ship, separate from it. But I'm trying to figure out, okay, did the hybrid after when it first burst out of the chest, did it slither into that separate ship, or was that always there? And I would assume that it did just eventually slither its way in, but we never get any scenes establishing that, which is again another missed thing from like Alien, where the first Alien, we see it slither away, and we follow it into the chamber. We see Jonesy, run away, but we don't get much establishing shots beyond, we see the Predator ship going past Saturn, I believe, and then it separates from the main mothership, goes back to Earth, and now the hybrid is on board.
Did the Wolf Predator get a distress call? Is that what?
Yep.
Yes.
That's how he, and he's there to clean up essentially.
Yes, which is a reference, by the way, to Pulp Fiction.
Yeah, I heard that.
The trash.
I heard that. Definitely the Wolf. Now, to clear up something, like I don't think that I actually enjoyed watching this movie for the Wolf Predator. I appreciate what they were trying to do with the characters by making people having these little stories within it. I like the older brother was kind of a cool character and trying to teach his younger brother, but it's also taking you away from our main plot here. And they don't do nothing with all these character arcs. Like they got the woman from the military coming home. She's trying to reconnect with her daughter and all that, but they don't go anywhere. Yeah, they don't go. Yeah, they don't go anywhere with it though. They just. So you should have just made it a monster movie to begin with, like. But I appreciate the Jaws kind of story, like instead of a shark wreaking havoc, they had all these, but they had great characters and they did something with them. I appreciate all that, But I still kind of enjoyed this battle. I enjoyed the wolf predator, doing what he does, even though, as Kayla has brought up before, he's like skinning people alive and when he's supposed to be doing cleanup, and it's kind of like you're leaving a man hanging in the freaking forest. Are you gonna go get that after? Like,
yeah.
Why didn't he go after the mom and daughter? I don't care if they were unarmed. No witnesses. He was going for the no witnesses angle here.
Yeah.
So why would he put bodies on full display? No witnesses. Nobody needs to know.
You want to talk about predator stupidity? Here's one for you. When the hybrid is on that separate predator ship that's going towards Earth, and it kills the first predator, and every other predator on board is alerted. Okay, the predator or the hybrid kills another predator, and then the predator watches that happen, and the stupid predator shoots his plasma caster in the fucking ship and misses. He misses, and the ship crashes. It's like, motherfucker, that is your fault. Why are you shooting that damn plasma caster? Now watch. Okay, look, I know I'm not crazy here, okay? And this can't be an editing error, okay? When the predator spots the hybrid killing his brother, he shoots a shot off. The alien or the hybrid dodges it and runs away. The predator looks to his right and shoots again. Now here's the thing, okay? Try to imagine the scene, okay? The predator's running down a hall. He turns to the left to see the hybrid killing his brother, okay? There's a wall in front of him. As he's going straight, he has to go to the left because there's a wall right there. There's no other access point other than down the hall from the left where he's seen the hybrid run away. He shoots his plasma caster to the right where there's a fucking wall. You want to talk about stupidity? That is peak stupidity. And these are supposed to be extraterrestrial hunters. They're smart. They're smart, and you're shooting your plasma caster in the spaceship. You caused the fucker to crash, killing everyone. All your brothers on board are dead. The hybrid is now on Earth, and you send a fucking distress signal to call the one motherfucker in the galaxy, just one predator. Think about this. You have a hybrid. You also have a ship full of face huggers, and you send only one predator? One? Look, this guy may be the best at cleanups, but you don't just send one predator to a planet, okay? This isn't some like Dead Space shit where you got a spaceship that's isolated in the middle of nowhere, okay? So it's not gonna, there's no other aliens that would infect an entire planet with that type of scenario. But you have a scenario where aliens are going to start spreading very fast, and you send only one predator. One. You don't send a hunting party of 3 like we saw in the first film. You only send one. Okay, so if you want to talk about stupidity on the predator side of things, you got a motherfucker that's dumb enough to shoot his plasma caster in the ship, causing the damn thing to crash in the first place. Then you get one predator sent to the planet. Now, look, granted, you get sent in the middle of a wooded area in Colorado. So it's a small town, sort of. Okay, a bit of an isolated environment if you want to try and justify it. But you don't send one predator to clean up that kind of a mess. I don't care how badass you are. Okay, you have an infection that is going to spread very quickly. Okay, and we already saw what happened with just 3 predators in a small environment. It didn't go too well for him, especially because one of them got killed early on in the fight. But you would stand a better chance by having at least 3 predators. Follow the fucking hunting party of 3 that you have established in your previous film.
Exactly.
Don't just send one. Now, look, again, all that aside, the wolf predator is fucking kick-ass. He's the best part of this film, no question about it. With that said, you can't be that stupid. And let's go and go back to the stupidity angle, okay? The wolf predator is here to clean up, okay? He does some good job cleaning. He finds the predator ship, okay? He finds his dead brothers. He mourns, which is really cool, by the way, okay? The predator finds his dead brother, and you hear him have like a deep groan. He's sad to see his brother dead. His family, his fellow species men dead, okay? So that's more depth to the predator, characters, that they feel emotions. They feel sadness, anger, happiness, right? So that's good. He detonates the ship, cleans up all the evidence of a predator ship being there. Then he finds the dead bodies of the first two victims of the facehugger, the little kid and the father. Okay, he melts down those bodies. He melts down the bodies of the facehuggers. Okay, and while he's fucking doing that, a random fucking cop looking for those two, stumbles upon the fucking predator, and the predator sees him, starts chasing him down to kill him, kills him, then skins the motherfucker. And he leaves the fucker skinned. Now, look, I get it. It is the predator's MO to skin people, obviously. But, motherfucker, you're the wolf. The wolf. You're sent to do the cleanup. You're referencing Pulp Fiction, motherfuckers, which means you don't leave any evidence. What do you think is that hanging from the tree? That is evidence.
Do you think it was just a good gore effect that they thought?
Yeah, they were showing off, but
probably
because it was cool. But I understand the decision making where you're like, why is he doing that? Because that's the only time he does that, right? In the movie, the rest of the time
except there is one thing in the graveyard scene where he shoots the guy's head off.
Oh yeah,
right.
That guy's left there dead. I mean, he's got a big gaping hole. More evidence.
That was
more loose ends. Okay.
That guy was annoying him, so he said, fuck this guy.
Watch this. Okay.
Don't swear at the little kid. What the hell's wrong with you?
The creators of this film put the heart before the mind. Okay. They wanted to reference a classic character in a classic film called Pulp Fiction. I can appreciate that. It's just when you start putting the heart before the mind, you start having these loose ends. You have a really cool shot of a guy getting his fucking head blown off by a plasma caster, where you get a really cool scene of where the predator's victim, skinned, found in a tree. Nostalgia, key jangling, yep. Right? To the previous films or to the first film. Okay.
Uh-oh.
He got too ahead of himself.
Oh, damn.
It's the internet.
Rose again in the middle of a rant. But he
did it again.
Yeah. You're not allowed to rant, apparently.
Heart before the mind. If your whole character is based off of another character that is known for cleaning up loose ends, you're doing a very bad job of that. Okay? You're not thinking about it properly. I know that it may seem a little minuscule because it's a really cool special effects and shit, but it's like, dude, okay, if you're going to respect both the franchise that you're working in now and also have a nice cheeky reference to another film, you have to be consistent. You have to be. It makes no sense for the Predator to kill the guy and then skin him. If you're going to kill him, right, no witnesses, erase the evidence, okay? But you're not consistent with it. You're not consistent with it.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I can agree with it. As much as I did enjoy the film this time around, anyway. I get all the problems with it, and as far as how dark the film is, there's got to be some good reasons behind that. And I know I watched because I know Lee McCoy from Drum Dums loves this movie. And
really?
Yes, he does. He really likes it. He actually brightened it up to show people. He just likes the R rating of it and how badass the Wolf Predator is, like I do. But one of the guys who worked on the film was in his comments, and Lee pinned it. And he says there's a lot more CGI effects in this than it looks, and the darkness was to hide, I guess, maybe some of it.
I can believe it.
Yeah, if you go to that video, you see that pinned comment Lee, but a guy who worked on the film, it actually clears some little things up. I don't know if they weren't happy with the CGI and they decided to kind of cover it, but they had this awesome, unique design of this hybrid abomination, but they covered it. Sometimes I didn't know if I was looking at the Predator or the alien Predator. It was confusing. But yeah, Lee did I think he only gave it to the Patreons. He let the Patreons see it because I think for copyright, but he actually brightened it up and it actually looks pretty good. He did some color grading to it, and it's I think people would have enjoyed this movie a lot more if it wasn't so dark.
Yeah,
And
probably.
but I did like whenever they were fighting and all that kind of stuff, and like when that stupid blonde bitch in it, when she gets stuck up to the wall, that was awesome, man. I was like,
I fell off the couch when I first saw it. Just there she goes. Why did she run? Just why now is she suddenly just running because she's scared? But I said before, why the hell is this teenage shit even in this franchise?
That's the biggest complaint I hear about it.
It doesn't fit, and I'm not invested in any of it. And like that scene where they go to the pool, it's just like, ugh. I just want to get out of here. Like, yeah, I'm looking at the clock. Like, can we just keep moving along and get to the cheesy schlock that I paid to watch?
Do you think it was all designed to get like maybe a younger audience in?
Now with that R rating, I mean, well, I guess it depends on.
Oh, come on. We always asked our parents, hey, can we rent this? Because we still rented movies back then.
Yeah.
Worked for me.
Here's the thing. Okay. This is what that whole part, and the whole teen romance shit, to the point where the fucking pizza delivery boy. Okay. The fucking pizza delivery boy gets his ass kicked by a bunch of jocks. Okay. Yeah. And the hottie girls are just watching. Oh my God. Okay. That felt like a fucking Friday the 13th trope right there. That's what it was. Okay. And it does not fit in an Alien or a Predator movie. Definitely not an Alien versus Predator movie. I don't give a shit about this.
Yeah, you know what? Bullshit. Actually, you could have cut the teenage stuff out. Maybe left the Ripley kind of girl.
She would be the second best thing, even though it was a ripoff of Ripley and Newt. But I can tolerate it because it wasn't cringy and it was decent. Okay, to be fair to the film.
And so I like the sheriff of the town and the older brother. Were kind of they were just a more tougher, but the
sheriff was an idiot.
But he was an idiot. But like when they all go there, when they're going, I'm not going with you, and they go their separate ways.
Oh my God!
And all that kind of stuff, and it's this was a movie design that you just wanted to see these two creatures stand off, and I get the average person, like someone like me, could watch that, but other people would probably be like, they need more human, more actors, more humans in it, more characters in it, and stuff like that. But
okay,
I don't know. All I can say is that I think it's I can still have a good time with this one.
What is it, Caleb?
Okay. You talk about the part where they go their separate ways, right? Okay.
Yeah.
You want to know some really stupid dialogue that instantly makes the character that you can still sympathize with, even though they're stupid.
I know what you're gonna say.
Go fuck yourself. He says when they're talking, where they're having an argument about which way is the right way, going to the center of town, which is a stupid idea, versus taking a chance of going to a helicopter. Okay, the fucking sheriff, he says, I hope we're both wrong. You are an ass. You are an ass. An ass. I hope we're both wrong. That means we're both fucking dead. That is a really great motivator. That is a fantastic motivator. I hope we're both wrong.
You know what the stupidest line was, though? Is when the girl goes, the government would never lie to us.
No. Oh. Exactly. Oh, you blissfully ignorant bitch.
But you know
I cringed at that line. I'm like, why is that even in there? Like,
because she's fucking stupid. Because the fucking setup is stupid. I hope we're both wrong. Fuck you.
I hope you're wrong, and only you.
And what
did you think about the hybrid dumping the eggs into the pregnant lady?
That was gross, and I think
it was gross. Yeah,
this is how I would describe that. Okay,
I'm not a fan of it, to be honest.
I would describe that entire bit as gratuitous. Okay, we get that the aliens are chest bursters, but this whole thing of exploding inside of a pregnant woman, that's gratuitous. It's a
Also,
horror movie, yes, but it's like it's gratuitous. I don't need to see a fucking pregnant woman's belly burst and a bunch of aliens are in there. Have the fucking chest burster. It's fucking simple.
Also, take into account when you know that the chest bursters are eating the fucking fetus. That is just ugh.
Gratuitous.
Exactly.
That's how I would describe a lot of the violence and at least a little bit.
Bullshit.
I was gonna save it for the Predator, but
oh, don't worry, you'll be able to do that multiple times, I'm sure. But I mean, okay, I have gone a little easier on this film than I have in previous years. Because previous years, if you would have told me about this film, like asked what my opinion was, I would have said, I fucking hate this film. I don't ever want to see it again. But I did still share the same view that The Wolf Predator was still the best thing about the film. That's something that I've stayed consistent with.
I will admit my... Sorry. Oh, you finish.
I will say that I can still watch this film. I don't like a lot of it, but I can still watch it. It's watchable.
I semi-feel the same way because I was dreading revisiting this one, but I watched it's like, okay, I hate this.
But you can watch it.
But the wolf shit, like the Alien versus Predator shit, as dark as it is, it's still cheesy schlock that still has my attention. It's just like, this is fun. Like, it wasn't as painful to sit through as I thought it was going to be.
I mean,
there's only one painful movie in this franchise. Which, you know what?
That's a pretty good track record, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, that is fair. I mean, look, let's be honest here. It was pretty badass to see the Wolf Predator gripping the necks of two aliens at once, just holding them, when they're in the sewers and he's holding their necks. That was a pretty fucking cool scene to see. I mean, it didn't make too much sense because it's like, dude, why aren't the aliens just stabbing him in the abdomen or whatever while they're being tied, while they're being gripped? But it was still pretty badass to see regardless. And again, it's leagues better, which is crazy because I don't like this film, but there's parts about it that I like. And yet with all of that, it is better. Somehow it is better than what is to come. And it's like, dude, a lot of us back in 2007 thought that, okay, this is the low point of both franchises, because that's what it was. AVPR sunk both franchises. That's why we really didn't see anything else. We didn't see an AVP 3. We didn't see anything from the Alien or Predator franchises until the 2010s.
Yeah.
I'll say this. I don't think AVPR was a new low for the Alien franchise. We've seen Alien Resurrection.
Well, see, okay, then let me rephrase, because you're right. You're absolutely right. Alien versus Predator Requiem didn't help the popularity of either franchise. Okay, no. Alien Resurrection made Alien fucking dead in the water, essentially. Alien versus Predator got up the hype a little bit, but it was more disappointing than bad. AVPR made it too bad. It's like, okay, this is kind of bad. But, ever since then, people have gained a little bit more appreciation, mainly because of the Wolf Predator. Because the Wolf Predator carried that fucking film, even though him and his brethren made some really fucking stupid decisions. I'm never going to get over it, because now that I'm really thinking about it, you shoot your fucking plasma caster in the fucking ship in a direction where the alien, you don't have a clear shot of the alien. What the fuck are you?
There he goes again.
He needs Tylenol.
Every time he's going off, his internet can't handle it.
He's going on the Chevy Chase freak out.
Okay, YouTube, if you're listening to me, stop fucking kicking me off, please. Or internet, stop fucking up on me. Stop it. I'm sorry. I don't want to interrupt your conversation.
I think it's just telling you to chill out a bit.
Maybe.
But know what I couldn't stand? Those fake outs. Like when the little girl's in bed, you're getting like the shot of something going up the sheets. Like, oh, it's just her hand.
fucking cheap.
Or the POV shots, like it's just her playing with
trope.
night vision goggles. It's like, piss off, movie.
Yeah, that's just that's just tropes, right? It's just
Yeah.
tropes they were playing with, but yeah, it's for me, guys, I have a good time with it, I guess.
Just watch it in a dark room.
Yeah, in a Godzilla versus King Kong way, you want to see them battle it out.
Yeah, let them fight, right?
Let them fight.
But you know what? One of the parts that I actually laughed at a lot, and this wasn't even supposed to be a funny scene, but where the little girl is with the night vision goggles and she sees the alien and she screams, and then the dad comes in and she's like, outside, it's a monster. And then he looks out, he's like, he doesn't see anything. He's like, see, no monsters. And then, and then he just like, ah! It's like, I was laughing because it's like the way he said it, the way he delivered the line was like, see, no monsters. Boom. Fucking nut shot. Just pow.
But it's not very well liked. I know that. Most reviews I've seen of this movie are they don't like where it went. Everyone thought it was gonna go in a different route. You know what I mean?
Again, missed opportunity. Okay,
yeah.
If you would have followed along with the comic, because look, there was a sequel to the original Alien vs. Predator comic, which is in this comic, where it follows Machiko now with the Predators. Now, you probably are wondering, well, okay, how did the Predators treat Machiko, considering that she wasn't a Predator? Well, there was a lot of what you could call racial bigotry, which could have provided an interesting little character development and depth. Because, I mean, she's human, they're predators. Her only saving grace, though, was Broken Tusk's marking. That's what saved her. And that's where she was actually training with the predators. She learned how to hunt, which would have been great if we had got that in a movie form. Imagine where we would be right now with the Predator franchise, with the Alien vs. Predator franchise. We could have had a new female hero to put up with Ripley and Sarah Connor.
Yeah, we didn't get to really see. I know the Queen Alien. You could have brought the Queen Alien back too, because it was like just drowning in the water.
Yeah, it could have survived.
It could have survived. Like there was a lot of things that were cut off.
Yeah,
like they said, this fuck that movie, but we got to kind of continue it with some kind of continuity. And they like they worked really hard in giving you Lex. You know what I mean? And they again, whatever happened to her? See, that's the thing I hate about sequels. And the perfect example is Nightmare 4. You get to care about all these characters like Joey and Kincaid, and they fucking kill them.
Yeah.
So now I gotta try and care about these new people.
Yeah.
They do the same thing here. It's like they keep trying to give you, like, if you're gonna give me a character, then let the character. I get killing characters off. You got to do it sometimes, but have a reason for it. Or this is just like, I don't like what they did, so let's just do something else.
Yeah,
and let them die with dignity if you're going to kill them off.
Yeah,
don't be such an ass about it, and don't recast them with horrible singers. Tuesday night.
There you go. So at this point, it's like we're at a fairly low point with Alien and Predator, Alien versus Predator, or Predator franchise. Okay, so where do you go from there? Well, the benefit of being at what could be argued as the lowest point for the Predator franchise means that, well, guess what? You can't go any worse.
Can you?
But you can go up. For now. Predators. 2010. First thoughts, just really quick. It's decent. Again, it's another one of those situations where it's not terribly bad, but it also wasn't as good as I was hoping that it would be. More missed opportunities as far as the lore is concerned. Now, granted, we do get a decent bit of lore in this film where they establish a blood feud, but they didn't execute it very well.
No.
And I know that J-Man doesn't like the idea of predators fighting predators, and I think that this film doesn't really help in selling that. because they didn't
like
do what they did in the comics. Because a lot of I find this really interesting that a lot of times they do things better in the comics versus in the adaptations of the comics. And it's getting to be very annoying for me because it's like, dude, just have a fucking be consistent. With your transitions.
I don't like this is what. So this is a game preserve. I love all that. I love the setting. I like how they got the best of the best soldiers. All fantastic. They build this classic Predator up as this. I felt like what the movie was trying to say is you can't beat the original. And what do they killed the motherfucker. I go, what was the point of getting him off that fucking tree?
Yeah.
You should have just killed him. So I thought, I would have bet you, I'm Canadian, I would have bet you a dozen donuts. A dozen donuts.
From Tim Hortons?
Yes, from Tim Hortons.
Good job.
That they were going to get him off that tree and that he was the one who was going to kill the big predator. That's what I wanted to see. That's where I thought it was going. Not that Adrian Brody's character couldn't have done it, or maybe he helped him, or they did it. They set this thing up and they worked together, but you killed him?
Yeah.
Fucking stupid. That's what, see, this is what really brings him. And I think Lawrence Fishburne is terrible in this movie. I do not like him at all in this movie. I don't like the character. I think he's, like, I get going crazy after all these years, you know, you're a scavenger, you're going nuts and everything, but it sounds like I'm really shitting on this movie, but I actually really like this movie. It's just that classic Predator. I just don't know why it was in. You got Derek Mears, great actor in it.
I did not know that until my most recent viewing. It's like, that was fucking Derek Mears.
Yeah,
Jason and a Predator now.
Yeah, and he's in this, and I mean, if I was someone looking at the script, I'd be like, what are you doing with the classic Predator? This is the classic Predator. This is what all of us remember as being so awesome, and you're treating him like he's insignificant. And I'm not big on the whole bone jaw look of these.
No,
I don't like that look. I think it's kind of stupid. So there's some design issues, but now one big complaint I hear is how miscast Adrian Brody is. I think he's fine.
It's just that voice.
I get it. Go ahead, Dana. Fucking give it to me.
that voice is just too silly. I mean, everyone compares it to Christian Bale's Batman. I mean, but even that I could tolerate. But
I want to find out who threw me out of a fucking airplane.
I'm just not sure Brody has the charisma he was hoping he would have with this movie.
Well, there's no charisma at all. Actually, none of the characters are really
charismatic
at all.
They're pretty one-dimensional. I mean, they're not awful. I mean, I like the Yakuza guy enough. Although, when he stays back to fight that Predator, I was just saying, don't you do it. Don't. He's getting the swords like, don't. Okay, he didn't. I was so worried he was going to do the fucking cut. It says, don't fucking do that. You ain't got shit on my boy Billy.
Yeah, but pulling the spine out of Walter Goggins was really good. I like that.
That
was really good.
Fucking Walton Goggins. That guy's awesome.
Yeah. Again, they threw humor in there. Maybe misplaced a bit. Like, you got such a great ass when he's like freaking telling.
Yeah, he's like, your ass is awesome.
Yeah. Yeah. But the whole setup of everything's kind of neat, and how there's tactical stuff in it. You know, there's tactical strategy, what's going on. You know, Adrian Brody figures out really fast because he is basically a predator. He figures out what they're doing. Because that's what I would have done. So he's pretty smart dude and everything. You knew there was something off about the doctor guy, Topher Grace, right away. It's like, okay, how did you know that plant had poison? You've either been here before or.
You said Topher Grace. You said Topher Grace.
Is it Topher Grace?
It's Brock, sir. Edward Brock Jr.
You dumbass.
I think it's directed well too. I think it's Nimrod Antal who did Vacancy, one of my favorite standalone horror films.
Vacancy.
But you know what? I actually do want to touch on something because I was watching the behind the scenes like making of this film, and because you mentioned something earlier, J-Man, about how they treated the classic Predator, and if you've watched the behind the scenes, then you know what their mindset was, that they wanted to compare. There was an analogy that they were having the classic Predator represent VHS tapes, and the Super Predators to be DVDs. They in the behind the scenes they make that comparison, that we wanted to show that it's like, yeah, the classic Predator is that classic, what we always go back to, the VHS tapes, right? But then you have these new Predators that are more badass, more technologically upgraded. Those are the DVDs. That was their mindset. So
that's kind of a stupid analogy, though.
That's very stupid.
They were setting up the classic Predator to beat the Super Predators, and I just thought it was. And a lot of people I talk to, they have no problem with that. But for some reason, in my mind, this is what I saw first. I think I'm too attached to that classic Predator, to be honest.
Well, no, I mean, look. Remember what I was saying earlier about how I pay a lot of attention to the sound. And the sound effects are very important with the Predators. The classic Predator, he didn't have his classic roar. Okay. I love that roar. It is a very epic roar. The fucking infrared vision sound. We've already established we love these sound effects. Classic Predator did not have these trademark features, these little things. And again, they're little things, okay, compared to the overall film. But I pay attention to these small things because I care. And this is supposed to be the classic Predator. Be consistent with the sound effects. If you want to have the new Predators with their new roars, that's fine. Their new vision sound, that's fine. But the classic Predator needs to have his classic roar, the classic sound effects. But you don't really get that. I mean, you get the Predator clicking sound, you get the plasma caster sounds, that's all fine. But these little things, it's adding to my displeasure with how they handle the classic Predator. And of course, then they kill him off, which I was pissed off about too. I didn't like it one bit because, then you have little Adrian Brody. Okay, and look, I'm not trying to dog the guy out. It's just I agree with you, J-Man, that they should have had at least a team up, at least. Okay, if you're not going to let the classic Predator duke it out by himself to prove his worth as the real super Predator among Predators, right? At least have it to where there's a camaraderie. Because watch this, like with what Danner was drawing parallels to earlier. You have the first Predator film where you have the human beating the Predator. Then jump forward to Alien versus Predator, where the human and the Predator team up to go take on the bigger threat. Now you could have had Predators, which takes the extreme side of the first film, where instead of the human beating the Predator, it's the Predator beating the Super Predator. Okay, you could have had like a nice little cyclical kind of like poetry to it, like George Lucas says, like having it rhyme sort of, but have it, kind of flip the script. But instead, you just kill off the classic Predator like he's dog shit. And it's just, again, missed opportunities and Lawrence Fishburne.
But it's also the way they shot it.
Yeah,
they got that music kicking in. He's putting the mask on, like he's ready to.
Yeah,
like it's go time.
It's go time. It'd be like freaking, Darth Vader getting ready, putting his mask on. He gets his light, and then he gets stabbed, and you're just like, "What the fuck?"
Hey.
Or you might like this one too. Rocky getting all ready. The music's playing, that awesome theme. Steps in the ring immediately. Down he goes.
That's it. Danner, that's exactly what it'd be like.
Yeah.
It'd be like the 15th round, and he just gets, and you're just like, what the?
Here, I got one for you. I got one for you, and this will be in Predator. So first Predator, the whole preparation scene where Dutch is getting his getting himself ready. So you remember when he's trying to pull the log up? Well, what if instead he lets loose? You have all this really epic music, then all of a sudden he loses his grip, and then the fucking tree just crushes him. And it's like, what the fuck? It's like, and the Predator's like,
Hey,
hey, what the fuck? And then
yeah,
he
you had a build up for no reason.
that's the
It was
point.
wasted. It was
But
just
it's
like,
like
and I don't know why they did it. It made no sense.
No.
it's like Dutch gets crushed by his own fucking trap. The Predator's just walking around, and he just sees Dutch being crushed under the tree. He's like, what the fuck happened to you?
Like, why didn't they just let those two duke it out? And Adrian Brody grabs the girl, kills that one kid, and says, fuck them, let them duke it out and steal the ship.
Yeah. Let them
Because
fight.
then we wouldn't have had Adrian Brody do the epic, freaking slow motion cutting the Predator's head off.
But I will say, you know what was really cool was that when they went over that cliff, the camera work,
Yes.
following them, and it goes right down to that was really cool.
Now here's a fun fact for you, because I know it. I don't know if it looked like this to you guys, but to me, it almost looked like CGI. Turns out it wasn't. That was actually stunt guys rolling off the cliff, and they actually had a camera dropping down, following them as they hit the water.
And also, when they first see the classic Predator, there was some actually legit tension there.
I love that whole scene, by the way.
Yeah, and when
build
like
up,
it actually surprised me when it roared and everything. Like when it was. I didn't know when it was gonna come, and when it did, I was like, "Oh fuck, he's alive! He's tied up like a freaking."
Here's my question: did you expect to see the classic Predator in the film?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, because I mean, I know that in the trailer they sort of showed off the original Predator just a little bit, but then again, we didn't even really expect there to be any super Predators, did we?
I mean, I really can't remember.
More than one.
I just remember. I remember the whole Lawrence Fishburne segment there. This dragged the movie down.
Yeah,
it just slowed it right down for me, where it was just speeding up a bit. But still a good flick. Actually, a really good flick, I'll say.
Yeah,
a really good one. I enjoy it.
Again, another set of missed opportunities that could have been better. Before we go on, I'm going to go ahead and address the chat really quick.
I do have one more thing I wanted to say too.
Okay. Let me just go ahead and run through through the chat just real quick. Okay, so Carter says, like an artist admiring his handiwork, he's referencing when the Predator was, looking at the, caressing his trophies.
Yeah.
Kiva Nation says, you guys are amazing together. Great stream. Thank you.
Thanks.
Carter says, AVP Requiem sucks ass.
That's fair.
Kyle says, awesome stream tonight. Thank you, Kyle. And then the Kiva Nation says, Brody too weak for the cast.
Yeah, a lot of people. I don't know what it is. Maybe I just like the actor because I think he is a decent actor. I don't know. Now, like you put. I know you don't. The next movie we all don't like, but you put Boyd Holbrook in Brody's character. That character really works. If he's playing that role, or Tom Hardy's playing the role, or yeah, see, this is the thing with the 80s movies, that like that first Predator movie, you needed over-the-top charisma actors. That's what suits these things. And so when you get something like Predators, none of them really stand out. They're all really good actors.
Yeah.
Like they're all really good actors in it, but
I would say the only person that actually fit in that cast was Danny Trejo.
Yeah.
He had already been pretty much a badass. We've seen him in something like, things like Machete, where he was, that sort of over the top action hero of sorts. So he fit
I like that
the
scene
bill.
too. With the, help me. It's like,
see, that was clever, and that was something I think a Predator would do.
Right.
Yeah. That fits their character. And
now, just really quick before Danner gets into what he wanted to say, I just want to drop this in really quick. I want you to remember the ending of this film. Okay, because it will become somewhat relevant to after we talk about the 2018 film, because that's when we get into the video game. So just keep the ending of this film in mind going forward in this conversation.
It starts really good too, with just it starts right away, like which is kind of nice.
But what I wanted to touch on was that shit with Topher Grace at the end, like. No, I want to stay here because I feel normal. because he's a serial killer on Earth. It's like,
Yeah, that was stupid, kind of.
What?
Yeah, you're right.
that was so. That's holy shit. That's worse than him playing Venom. I'm serious.
I'm one of you.
Oh my god.
He's like,
Oh.
help
Someone
me.
tell me what the fuck is going on.
Oh.
He
I mean,
dies great though.
Yeah, I mean, I do enjoy that line where he says, "Can someone tell me, just what the fuck is going on here?" I mean, I like that line. That's a funny line. I did genuinely laugh from that. But after that, it's just like, "Help me, I'm one of you." It's like, you motherfucker. Let's talk about the Predator design. What did you guys think about the design of these super predators?
I don't like the jawbone look, like
No.
the bone look.
Yeah.
Yep.
I like. I don't know. Maybe it looks a bit too like. I know they're going primitive when they're supposed to be technology. They're supposed to be got this huge technology advancement and stuff. It just looks like, oh, wouldn't this look cool? You know what I mean? Their helmets look kind of weird. They look big, and I don't know what you think, Caleb. I don't pay attention usually to that stuff, but
Well, I'll say this.
They're okay though. They're okay.
Yeah, I mean, I will say this, that the thing about these predators is that they're supposed to be different from the normal ones, and in fact, Lawrence Fishburne actually makes mention of that. When they're in the ship, that a blood feud, but they were trying to hint about the bad blood predators, but they did not execute it very well at all compared to the comics, because the bad blood predators are the normal looking predators, but the bad bloods are predators that went against the predator's honor code, where these predators would hunt anything. Like, for example, instead of the city hunter, which also followed the predator honor code in Predator 2, replace that predator with a bad blood predator, and he would have seen Leona pregnant, and he still would have killed her. That's
see, Caleb, I like that.
That's what the bad bloods would have done, and the predators hate that.
Yeah, and I would have loved to see the classic Predator then chase this dude or hunt these things down, saying, "You guys have no honor," kind of thing, and that would have been way better. I could have got behind that
depth,
but this shit I can't.
Depth.
Like, I'm like, predators killing predators. To me, they're too honorable for that. It's I don't know. It's like it's above them. Like, they're
the only way that they would kill another predator is if they betrayed their honor code, which they deem to be very important. So much so that they actually commit suicide, ritual, honorable suicide, in order to not only keep their technology sacred, but to die an honorable death. So the only way that these predators would hunt each other or kill each other would be as if they broke the honor code, which was their life. Okay. Again, more missed opportunities. You cut out the character development. You don't read from the comics. If you want to make these films, take from the comics, because you have a lot of good material that you can adapt to film, and it might actually surprise people. I know that a lot of people don't like the idea of a film focused solely on predators, but you know what? At this point, with what the next film we're going into, you should try it out. Try out these things. And because the lore is so rich, and it's so important to follow the lore, because something I want to touch on really quick, in AVPR, they reference the predator alien hybrid as an abomination. Okay, because the predators honor their code, and they honor what they are as a species. And anything that tampers with it is considered an abomination, because they consider themselves the ultimate hunters. Something I want to touch on really quick, and it's relevant. There's a game that was out on PlayStation 2 and Xbox called Predator Concrete Jungle. Not to get confused with the comic. But basically what happens is humans capture predators, and they utilize their blood and technology. So much so that the main villain of that game is actually a guy who had been mutating himself with predator blood and DNA and made himself into a human predator hybrid. They call that guy an abomination as well, because you violated the sanctity of their race and their technology. Okay, so the overall point I'm trying to craft here is that the predators see themselves as almost like a perfect species. Okay, they consider themselves the ultimate hunters. Their technology, their biology, they're all very sacred to them, to the species.
That makes sense.
Yep.
Which leads us in to the Predator. Yep, there you go. There he goes. Grab your drinks, gentlemen.
He's getting his beer.
Fuck it, I'll do that too. At least my version of a strong drink. Got myself a cola. Just for this.
Okay.
All right.
I'll say this. Like it's a convoluted mess. It goes all over the place, but doesn't really go anywhere. Stupid ideas. Again, I don't like predators killing predators, and they up it a notch up where this thing's 20 feet tall.
Close enough.
This motherfucker is huge, man. And I can appreciate the gore in it and everything like that. It's cool. The predator waking up is kind of cool. Kind of like that. And the stuff I hear people complaining about the most is not the thing I hate the most. The characters are fucking awful in this movie. I don't find the humor funny at all. What made Shane Black's comedy work in the first movie?
Oh no!
Is that it was actually funny.
You're doing a double shot. Jesus! All right, let's stop delaying. Let me just go ahead and address the first part because this is like the least problematic, but it's still problematic. All right, the opening scene. All right, I like the idea. I like seeing the spaceship battle just a little bit. Okay, I like the idea, but you know what it felt like to me? It felt a lot like a Marvel movie, which is funny because Shane Black, the guy who that was in the original film, he helped on script treatments for the original film. He directed this film, and it's so monumentally fucked. All right. Predator is chasing another predator. The predators. Wait, hold on. Really quick. Because I want to. Let me just say this. If you guys have any other chats or anything you want us to address, just let me know. Good Real Hunting is here. He says, "What's up, guys? Been all over the place on YouTube tonight. This is my 5th or 6th show. Thank you for showing up, Brett or Brad, whomever it is.
Pretty sure it's Bert.
Yeah. We're about to get into our big rant. And the thing is, all three of us are about to just... I mean, you've already missed it. If you missed it, Danner has already taken his Uber shot.
I sure did. By the way, just a quick side note. How much you want to bet Carter would love my shot glass?
Oh, yeah. Brett says, oh, God, did I walk in on Shane Black Predator?
You're just in time. Stick around.
It's going to get interesting, my friend.
Stick around.
The fact that I don't know anybody who likes this movie, it speaks volumes.
You'll find somebody that does.
I don't know a soul.
I've heard
some say it wasn't that bad. I mean, at least the action was good. Oh, no, it wasn't. The action was not good at all in this movie. The action fucking sucks.
It's clumsy, actually.
I mean, compared to the other films, to every other film, okay, everything else that we've talked about, they all did better for action than this film.
You know why they worked, though? They had tension, and they didn't rely on comedy to drive the fucking action, and they didn't have really bad acting in the action. Holy hell, where do I start? Like, this scene, this has always bugged me, and it bugged me again last night, where big predator fucking bitch slaps Dr. Strong independent woman across the fucking woods. Like, how big is that thing? Just smacks her, she fucking flies a mile, and she just gets up. An action scene without tension, one word. Boring. Or when Key gets his guts spilled out. I was like, ow, fuck, shit. You sound like a fucking pig stepped on your foot. Trust me, I know what that feels like. I deal with it almost every day. Your guts are out. How are you acting like this? It's so fucking terrible.
This is a terrible fucking movie. This movie is and like I've talked to Caleb about this. It's stupid. These predators trying to improve themselves, collecting DNA from that's the stupidest fucking idea I've ever heard.
Okay, hold on. Just let I want to save that for a little bit later in this discussion because that's going to be a very big.
It all comes into one big package of shit. And you got to save it.
It's a beautiful mess. If there's ever such a thing as a beautiful mess, this would be it. Giving us all of that.
You know,
but
there's one thing I can praise about this movie. Just one. And it's our first shot of Quinn. You know how it's just panning across the bushes, but then it pans back to reveal him in camouflage.
Right.
That's the one thing I can praise. Just the one thing.
I did think the kid blowing the house up was kind of funny.
I laughed. When I watched that scene before this stream, I laughed because of how monumentally fucking ridiculous it was.
Yeah.
It's so... Oh, and look, he's obviously a stoner, and look, his house is 420. Ha, ha, ha.
Yeah,
By the way, I just got to ask. I'm sorry. I had my drink. Now I've got nothing but energy now. I probably won't shut up. But how does this kid not at all fazed by the fact they just killed a guy? Like he's just like
you just murdered a dude, and you're just like he grabs the mask and looks towards the bullies. He's like, yeah, and it's like, dude, you just fucking murdered a dude. He's like, the funniest part about that whole thing was like, here's a treat, you little shit.
Whoa, free beer. Just catch it. Thanks.
I did like
get to the rest of this movie.
I did like. Is it the classic Predator again in this?
No, that's not a classic Predator. He doesn't have the classic mask.
He's known
the mask,
but he's a regular Predator. He's
regular.
He is, yes,
okay.
Technically.
When he's booking it, when he's running across the building, I thought that was the show that their speed, like they show how fast they really are.
Yeah,
that was kind of cool there. I like Boyd Holbrook's character. I think he's okay. I think he's pretty good, but it's all it's all the other characters. Way too much humor in this movie, and Shane Black's going. It's going to be like the original again.
Bullshit.
Like it was nothing like that. It didn't feel, and the music is misplaced. You got that original classic music, but it doesn't fit with the story.
It's used too much too.
Yeah.
Here, about those characters, all the other characters. Now, I'm going to make a comparison that your blood's going to boil here. All the characters in this group, all trying to be the comic relief. Where have I seen this? It's a little movie you may have heard of that came out just a couple of years before that was also really well hated by everyone. It was called Ghostbusters 2016. That's what it started to remind me of. Everyone one-upping each other and trying to be the funny one.
You're right.
Only this is the college dude bro versions.
Yeah, it's.
But they're all so flat and one-dimensional as well. Like, what do we know
all
about
bad.
these characters?
I think Olivia Wilde's bad. I think.
Olivia
they're all
Munn,
bad.
Not Wilde.
Or sorry, Olivia Munn.
Who cares?
And I think there was a lot of studio meddling with this too, though. I don't think Shane Black got to make the movie he wanted.
Yeah, that's what I heard. I heard his script. I
saw pictures before this come out where the Predators were in a tank fighting with humans, and I'm going, we never saw nothing like that. And the whole third act is junky. It's like there's scenes missing, and there's a whole bunch of stuff that's all is missing, and I think they reshot the whole third act.
They did,
Yeah,
I think
because
they did.
the original ending, or the original third act, was supposed to be entirely at night, but
Yeah.
the studio said that it was something along the lines of, "Oh, well, we can't really see anything too well, so we got to shoot it during the day."
And I think we all can agree. Did it bug you at all when like a couple minutes went by and you just suddenly found yourself wondering, where the fuck did Sterling K. Brown go? I seriously didn't notice he died. I was just
Yeah,
like, where is he? Where did our human antagonist go?
yeah,
Oh,
he fucking died, all right.
yeah.
It was a blink and you miss it moment, dude. Okay, look, you build up this guy, okay, to be to be this smart ass that you want to see where the story goes, and you kill him off so fucking quick.
They did not know what to do with this guy.
A self-inflicted wound. Continue. Okay, you were talking about friendly predators, right? All right. Now, honest opinion, if you guys want to, did you guys think that the movie would have worked better if you had these friendly predators in the movie instead of the one?
Probably.
I guess it all depends on execution. Obviously, that's just a behind the scenes photo, but yeah, I think what I didn't like about Predators, they were going to do in this. They were going to have these guys defeat the big Predator. Maybe that's what they were going to do. Instead, they kind of switch it around. And do you know, Caleb, about the storyline? Like, was the autistic child always in there? Was that always a big part of the story?
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay.
No.
He was
Because
still...
I thought it was a much bigger plot line that they cut out.
I have to find the original plot, because the original plot was actually leaked online.
Because I think the kid outsmarts the super predator. Like, he uses his brain, and it was that because of his autism, he thinks differently, and they kind of were hinting on the next evolution stuff. And I don't think he could read an alien language, but for him to outsmart a predator, a super predator anyway, I would have been okay with, depending how they did it, depending on what it was and how it was executed. But I think there was a lot of tampering with this film, so I can't completely blame Shane Black here. Like, I think the studio really butt fucked this movie.
I'm about to go into a little bit of a rant mode, so let me just...
Well, you be ready for your internet to crash again. Sorry.
Right.
You know what's going to happen. Uh-oh.
Okay.
The jacket is off.
Now, you know how when we were talking about AVPR, I was talking about predator stupidity, right?
Yeah.
Now, if you're looking at paying attention to a lot of detail, I think that AVPR did it a little bit worse, but it's still pretty stupid what happens. Okay, so let's cut back all the way to the beginning. You have two predator ships that are seen. Okay, they try and recreate the fucking original opening to Predator. All right, cheap, but I can understand why you did it. Okay, one predator ship is chasing another. The good predator ship, the good predator, escapes the chase for now. Crash lands on Earth, and we find out later on in the film that he's carrying a package, what is known as the Predator Killer, aka the Iron Man Predator armor. We'll get into that later, but this is all relevant because this Predator is bringing this package to help humanity. Now, let me pull it up again, just really quick. I shouldn't have taken down, but whatever. Okay. That friendly predator is what these two guys were. Those two friendly predators were morphed into one predator for the final cut of this film. This friendly predator is bringing technology from his planet to help mankind in a potential war against the predators. First problem. Why the fuck are you bringing one fucking piece of predator technology? If there is a fucking war with predators, a war with multiple invading armies, why do you have one fucking suit? And then when we get to see the suit, it is the most fucking absurd, over-the-top piece of cinematic CGI bullshit that I have ever seen in a Predator movie. Forget all the fucking criticism and gripes I had with every other piece of this fucking franchise. This one fucking thing is so fucking retarded in concept, they had to come up with something at the last minute to salvage what's left of a fucking massacre. This fucking Iron Man Predator suit. The Predator is bringing this shit to help humanity. So, what does he do when he first gets on the fucking planet? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm supposed to be helping humans, but I'm gonna fucking kill them! I'm gonna kill 2 of the fucking humans that I'm supposed to be fucking helping. There's no diplomatic solution. This is just aggressive negotiations, right, Padme? Right? Right, yeah, aggressive negotiations, my ass. And then, when we get into the fucking Stargazer fucking base, what does he do when he first wakes up? He bites a motherfucker's arm off, which was pretty funny to see, by the way, because we never see the Predators using their fucking tusks or anything, but he starts massacring everybody he sees. You're supposed to be helping humanity, not fucking killing them. What the fuck are you gonna do with this fucking Iron Man fucking Predator technology? What are you doing with it? Okay. If you're gonna do it, if you were gonna bring in Dutch, let me just give you a hypothetical scenario, okay? If you were gonna bring in Dutch, maybe it would have made sense that you get one of the few humans that actually killed a predator or won in a fight against a predator. You give the best human the best tech that you could get. Again, you still have the issue, though, that if it's a fucking war you're bringing to Earth, why only bring one piece of the fucking technology? Why aren't you being diplomatic? Why aren't you going to the government? And because you already have human knowledge, and this predator, the friendly predator, has human DNA in him, which is its own problem that we will get into. But you have human DNA, which means you have some semblance of human thought, at the very least. Meaning that you should have enough intelligence to realize that you would not kill humans. You would try and make some kind of gesture like, hey, I'm friendly, don't shoot me. You want to know why this fucking predator could have pulled it off? Because he fucking does it later in the film. What does he do? He massacres a whole bunch of soldiers in that fucking truck. The driver, not being aware of any of this, of his fucking teammates fucking screaming to death, he's like, are you all right back there? The fucking predator grabs a severed arm. He grabs a severed arm and he makes the thumbs up gesture. He makes the thumbs up gesture, which means he has cognitive thought in regards for human reactions or human gestures. This is the okay symbol. Okay? We're all good. This predator should be intelligent enough. He is intelligent enough. So what the fuck was he doing killing humans if he's trying to help them?
This movie, man, it will break you. But even what you're saying with the fucking human knowledge and gestures, even when he fucking gestures them to put down their guns, he straight up just goes like, put them down.
He knows the gestures. So why didn't he pull that shit off in the first place?
Because it's supposed to be a twist, and a twist works if you weren't expecting it, despite our shit writing.
Yeah, this movie is all. It's the editing is awful in this.
Oh my god!
Probably because there's scenes missing. Like I know they refilmed the climax, and I know they changed a lot of things.
I am convinced that because when I was watching the beginning of this film earlier, there were parts of the film that felt like really awkward jump cuts, like as if there was something else there.
Yeah.
And that at some point it was cut and it transitioned over to something else. Now, to my understanding, the predator dogs, there were supposed to be more of those types of creatures.
Oh my God,
okay, now if you want to talk about ludicrousness about a predator dog hybrid, okay, it would have been worse.
Yeah.
In that aspect. Would that have helped the plot? Probably not, but what the fuck ever at this point, right? You're just kind of pissing in the wind at this point. All right. So at this point, you're thinking, okay, well, what else were they going to do? What exactly was Shane Black's original cut? You know, it's like, oh yeah, release the Snyder cut, right? Well, let's see. How about we do a new hashtag? Hashtag maybe release the Black cut.
Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, well, because
the opening was different too. Like in a way, like the Predator hijacked the ship and crash land on.
But see, then what was the whole thing of like? Okay,
he hijacked one of the big Predator ships. I think, or something like that. Like
here's what I wonder.
It starts off complicated.
Yeah.
What if they had 3 friendly predators, keeping in line with the whole trio hunting party thing?
Yeah.
Okay, so what if you had 3 predators? This is kind of like me helping the plot here. Okay, what if you had 3 predators that didn't agree with the whole hybridization thing? Okay, because they're the purebloods. Okay, but they also knew that the predators were planning to essentially take over Earth, and they weren't in line with it. Okay, so you send 2 predators to be emissaries because that's what the NECA figures were referred to as on the box, and they call them emissary predators. It's like, okay, so they're emissaries, all right? So they come here, and they're coming to warn humanity of the predator invasion, okay? But they also want to have someone back home to know their plans. Well, let's say that third predator, the predator that we get in this film, let's say he gets discovered. Like, he's discovered to be the mole, if you will. So then he has to escape. And that's where we see the opening chasing scene. By then, the humans have already established contact with predators. The humans know that the other predators are planning on an invasion because the emissary predators have already informed them. Okay, so by this point, the predators have already been explaining predator technology to the humans, so they have a bit more better understanding. They have better weapons and technology as a form of defense against the incoming predator invasion. And let's say that the third predator had another bit of predator tech that would have been very helpful in the overall war against predators. And that's what he's delivering to humans. At this point, with all this backstory, you can justify the opening of this scene. You can justify the predator being a little bit clumsy to a certain degree. That, okay, he's crash landed and he's kind of reckless. He's kind of disorientated. Okay. But when we get to Earth and when he crash lands, that's where my little fix goes south. Because then the predator starts fucking killing everybody. I'm thinking to myself, motherfucker, you are here to help humanity. And you're fucking killing them.
Ay, ay, ay. Yeah,
I don't know what to say, man. It's a terrible movie.
It is.
It's and like, if you go to the movies just for action and blood and guts and some comedy like that, yeah, you'll enjoy this movie. But
even that all falls flat.
I think so too. That's what my biggest problem is, the characters in this. I think that's the biggest problem with it.
Yeah.
Then the stupid ideas they have. But
you want to know what my biggest problem is?
That the movie was made?
No, because I mean, look, I don't like seeing my favorite franchises go up in flames. I've already seen it with Star Wars. Yeah. I've seen it with Marvel. I've seen it with Doctor Who. I'm seeing it now with Lord of the Rings. I mean, I'm seeing all these franchises that I know and love that I grew up with, and they're just going to shit. Okay. I don't like seeing this happen. Okay. Despite my intense passion in raging I don't necessarily like it in the sense that I wish that I didn't have to get pissed off about these films, because I'd rather be praising the good that these films do. It's just this film does not do very much good. In fact, I'd say that it's like 0.1% that they do good.
Right.
And that's not very much, obviously. So my biggest problem, I guess we can talk about it now, it's fine, is the betrayal of the entirety of the Predators' respect for their own species. Hybridization
makes no fucking sense.
As I already told you, as we have already told you, the Predators already consider themselves to be the ultimate hunters. They're hybridizing themselves with lesser species in their eyes. Okay, the humans are worthy prey, but they're not as good as the Predators. At least that's what the Predators believe. And obviously, from a physical standpoint, from a technological standpoint, humans are inferior to Predators.
We're primitive.
Yes. Of course, we've had humans kill Predators, and that's what kind of sparks their interest. But overall, their technology is more advanced than humans.
Yeah.
So why the fuck are they fucking upgrading themselves?
Can we get to that later? Because there's more to talk about.
Please.
I think you need to chill out.
Take over, please.
Okay, how about the character's introduction on the prison bus and just how terrible that whole scene is?
Oh, yes,
Do
terrible.
I even need to compare this to the fucking helicopter scene in the original? Yes, I do, because rather than introducing these characters organically, letting us know who they are as people through their actions and their interactions with one another, this one just has a character just bluntly tell a character and in turn telling the audience who these characters are. Like, oh, this guy, I don't even remember their names, they're so fucking forgettable, but this guy loves his Bible.
Needles.
Really? Does
nettles.
He have one? He's never seen reading one. He makes like one or two references to end times or some shit. And then fucking Tourette's guy, Thomas Jane. Okay, let me just ask. How the fuck does someone with Tourette's syndrome that bad get in the military?
Maybe it was during his time in the military or after. I don't know.
I don't know, and frankly, I don't
he's
give a
making,
shit.
He did this attempt at quirky characters. They don't fit together. They're just dumb.
No,
they don't fit in this movie. Like,
no.
Well, maybe this movie they do because the rest of it's so bad. But but like the like the Predator, what they were trying to go after. Like Caleb said, this is too complicated. You're adding
we haven't even got into that part yet.
Oh,
I wasn't even thinking about it, but we'll get to it. We'll get to it with the rest of the Predator talk. But I know because Danner, there's a lot you want to talk about, so I want to make sure that you get your fill.
Oh my gosh. But then there's, again, now pardon me, but I just call him the black guy. Like, why is he even going to prison? He shot his commanding officer, which turns out was himself.
So how is it a commanding officer?
Why are you going to prison for shooting yourself?
Shouldn't you be going to like a psychiatric ward or something?
Exactly. I mean, give them some credit when he's on the prison bus. Keep in mind, this is just a joke, everybody, but at least he wasn't sitting in the back. Sorry,
and speaking of jokes, hey Baxley, if your mom's vagina were a video game, it'd be rated E for everyone.
Okay, I have a problem with that part too. How the hell is he able to get up with the handcuffs? Aren't they supposed to be like chained down to the fucking floor?
No, it must be that fucking super soldier strength that they got from Captain America.
See, everything was so juvenile. Whereas Hawkins in the original movie he was just telling girlfriend jokes. He was reading probably out of a porn mag or something like that, like out of a Playboy magazine. Like they were funny jokes.
They were terrible, but that's why they were so funny.
Yeah.
Hey,
jeez, you got a big pussy. Jeez, you got a big pussy.
Why'd you say it twice?
I didn't.
And then Billy
Okay.
starts, yeah.
What's the
Yeah,
difference
that's
between
what I'm saying.
5 big black guys and a joke? Baxley's mom can't take a joke.
Oh my god! But
This movie's terrible.
Yes.
you know what else really bugs me? When a Spurger kid is fucking toying around with the Predator's little doohickey there, right? And the big Predator has just gotten to Earth. He just used that thing to deactivate the big Predator spaceship's cloaking device, and this was with the big Predator. I mean, no, this was with the little Predator, my bad.
Mhm.
So, couldn't he have just used that to disable his engines? Maybe? And did the big Predator have a big one? And could have he use it on the little Predator spaceship? Because if so, why didn't they? And there's just so many goddamn holes in the story in this movie, too. Like, when the Predator, when he's escaping the government lab, okay, first thing I want to mention, I want to talk about that scene with Olivia Munn where she's cowering naked. Now, why didn't he kill her if he already killed these other unarmed scientists, right? Yes, some of them were unarmed, but why, when he sees her, why didn't he kill her if he was already killing people? Like, you could argue this whole leave no witnesses shit.
It was very inconsistent, and
Exactly.
I did like the Sean Keyes character, the son of, or the
Jake
son
Busey?
of, yeah, the son of Gary Busey in it. I thought that was at least tying it the Predator too.
Yeah, that was pretty. That was a nice little, and yeah, they get the son to actually play the son of the actor. It's like, oh my, but it just didn't make sense to me, like why he just left her, because people will throw the argument that, oh, well, predators don't kill those who are unarmed. Yeah, but this predator isn't hunting though, so he should assume she could be a potential threat regardless. I mean, but that's just me. You might disagree, but I still thought it was jarring. But then there was one scene where I just honestly said, "What the fuck?" It's when they go to, rescue his son, right?
Yeah.
And then we see black guys suddenly in a police car. Like, where did you get this? And where did you get all these weapons? Like, where'd you get a grenade launcher? Where'd you get the cattle bolt pistol? Where are you getting these things? I mean, there are so many moments in this movie where they try and get from point A to point B, but they just skip point A and just go right to point B with no establishment whatsoever.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean. Things have been cut out and reshot, and
yeah,
like it'd be fascinating to see this thing put together differently.
Ugh. It's a Frankenstein of a movie.
Yeah,
that's what it is.
And unfortunately, it doesn't do. I mean, I honestly, I don't think. I think that we would have been griping about different things about this film had we been given what Shane Black originally wanted. With that said, I still think that a lot of the jokes that he had that we see in this final cut would still be there. And we would still be criticizing them because they're shit.
Eat your pussy.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Let me talk about that really quick. Okay, so she is in the hotel room and she hears him say that, and they spend so much time on her reaction to that. She's like, and she says this almost like adolescently. She's like, no. He's like, what did you just say? And she's like, hey, how you doing? She's like, no, you just said eat my pussy. It's like, who the fuck cares? We're dealing with aliens here, and you're worried about a Tourette's guy saying random shit?
Yeah, they're dwelling on the jokes.
Just tell her he has Tourette's, you idiots. But
it was pretty stupid.
They focus on that it's like you just said, J-Man. They focus on it for far too long, and her reaction, that's the thing.
Shit. Fuck. Come on, Caleb's internet. He wasn't going on that badly. Ugh. Okay.
Oh boy.
Until he gets back, you know what else I found?
We gotta stop talking about this fucking movie.
Oh, you're back.
The moment she utters that line, the first time, she repeats it again. But the thing that annoys me is that first line, that first bit when she says that. it annoys me. It's like a really annoying itch in your brain that you can't scratch. That's how much it annoys me because it was such an adolescent response. And on the scale of bigger things to worry about, you're worried about some random motherfucker that says eat your pussy. That's what you're worried about. You're not worried about the fact that these guys saved you from getting killed by the secret government agency, which they're called Project Stargazer. They're a derivative of the OWLF, which is the same group that was overseeing the 1997 operation in Predator 2. Okay, the movie takes place in 1997, Predator 2. Yeah. And the OWLF with Peter Keyes, that was that organization. Now Project Stargazer sort of took over their operation. That's why you got Sean Keyes there. That's reference, from one Keyes to another. Okay.
Yeah.
So you have this government agency taking over this operation. They try to kill you. And you find out for certain that aliens exist. And you're worried about some asshole with a mental disorder or a physical disorder, whatever, and he said, eat your pussy. That's what you're worried about. Oh, and speaking on Olivia Munn and that whole thing, did anybody notice the weird when they pull her out when she's walking her dog or whatever, and they sit her down on the park bench, and the guy pulls out the photos of the previous predators?
Mm.
Okay. Maybe that they could have got that nice shot of the Predator in 1997. But here's my question. Who the fuck took a picture of the 1987 Predator? Who the fuck was there to take that picture? Because it sure as hell wasn't Dutch. It wasn't fucking Dutch because he was up there in the weeds, in the roots of that tree, hiding for his fucking life. He didn't have a fucking GoPro on. Who the fuck took the picture? I know a lot of people are going to say, oh, that's a little bit of a nitpick. No, that is a fucking big-ass plot hole because there's no way in hell anybody could have taken that fucking photo. Dutch didn't take it. Nobody else is there. It is just Dutch and the Predator.
Ugh.
That is a detail that creates a big fucking issue, an inconsistency with your storytelling. And look, this is something that every storyteller needs to remember. That you need to remain consistent with your lore. I know it's hard to do it sometimes. I know. With that said, in this case, it's very easy. If you had a picture of the Predator in 1997, getting that shot, you can forgive that because you had the OWLF looking for this Predator, watching its movement. So if you caught a picture of that guy climbing up, scaling, I can buy that more than fucking 1987 Predator and getting a fucking photo, especially in that pose. That very position that he was in was the position that we were praising as a really cool moment in the first film. No motherfucker is there to take a picture of it. Dutch didn't fucking do it. He didn't do it.
No.
I thought he had a camera on him the whole time.
Oh my God.
Inconsistencies with your lore can be a very big problem. Now, luckily, or I don't know if you really would want to call it luck, because it really doesn't change anything. It just makes things worse. It's like, well, if you take that out, it's less worse than what it was, but it's still bad regardless. You take that out, you take away that picture, it's like, well, it's not that bad. But then you start thinking about something like, okay, in the Stargazer labs, they have the classic Predator's mask.
Yep.
Here's my fucking question.
Uh-oh.
How the fuck did that thing survive?
Yeah, they blew the whole forest up or the whole jungle, right?
Okay, if you remember from the first film,
he drops it in the water.
You can sort of get a general area of where everything's at. Okay, so where the Predator self-destructed, that's not too far from where the Predator had dropped his gear. It wasn't too far. Okay, it was a lot closer than where Dutch was when he ran away, I would say, just as a general assumption. But how the fuck did that thing survive? How did that mask survive the explosion? Yeah, it was in the water, but how the fuck did that thing survive? And how did they fucking recover it? If anything, it would have been broken pieces scattered across. Or maybe it would have been fucking vaporized. I don't fucking know. But they clearly didn't get everything from the motherfucker because he blew himself up. He knew that he couldn't let humanity get his hands on the technology. That's why he blew himself up. There was no trace except for Dutch's testimony and the big fucking crater that the fucking nuke left behind. Everything else, no trace. No trace. Okay.
Yeah, they're really big on covering their tracks. Like, they don't want no trace of anything left behind.
Predator 2 is a little bit different because the Predator was on the run. So his combi stick, his spear, it was left behind in the meat packing plant. The same thing with his mask. Okay, so when they were doing cleanup, you could have recovered that spear, which they did. If you pay attention, you can see the city hunter's spear in the little trophy case, along with Alexa's alien staff, which makes Alien versus Predator canon in this timeline. Okay, which is why which is why we've covered all these films. Okay, so that stuff there makes sense, but the Predator mask, the classic Predator's mask, doesn't. You could make a sort of wiggle room that, maybe the blast didn't quite reach that area, or maybe because it was in the water, it might have lessened the damage or some bullshit like that. Okay, but I still don't completely buy that.
Yeah.
Anyway, the overall point is that being consistent with your continuity is very important, and we'll get more into that when we go into the Predator and the hunting thing. But for now, let's go ahead and continue on. So we were at Olivia Munn. One of you were mentioning Olivia Munn in the hotel scene. Yep. After we already covered the fucking pussy joke or the pussy shit.
She's just a poorly written character, really. I mean, since when is she this combat woman, too? I thought she was just a biologist they picked up off the street. So, and it doesn't really do a good job establishing her as some kind of action hero. They didn't do that. And even as a biologist, she's a fucking idiot. Like, when she says the new Predator is evolving, no, it's not. Individuals do not evolve. Populations evolve over successive generations through the passing of genetic mutations and fucking environmental pressures and mating preferences.
And this happens over a span of time.
That is what, yes, through time. That's what evolution is. Like, evolving, this isn't Pokemon, okay? Why are you bringing this logic to the table?
No, it's upgrading is what it is.
No, it's metamorphosing is what it's doing.
There you go.
Like when a caterpillar becomes a butterfly.
There you go. Metamorphosis.
Metamorphosis. Exactly. It's morphin' time.
It's morphin' time. There you go.
Sorry, couldn't resist.
No, you're good. You're good. Yeah, you're right, though.
And she also says the dumbest thing I've ever heard, but it does tie into the plot, but I'll just point it out anyways. When she says, most experts say being on the spectrum is not a disorder. It's the next step in the human evolution. Where do I even begin? Do I even need to explain why that's stupid?
I mean,
if I do, you're beyond help.
I mean, this isn't to be like negative or to negatively reflect on those. It's just it's different in the sense that there's certain negatives that go along with being on the spectrum. For example, and this is just me based off of hearing things from other people that certain people are affected by loud noises. Well,
that's the only thing they got right, I think.
Yeah, I mean, most people that don't have any kind of disorder, they're usually fine with loud noises to a certain degree. But there are certain things that affect those that are on the spectrum that don't affect people that are not on the spectrum. Yeah. I think, I guess that would be accurate, right? So to say that it's the next step in the evolutionary chain, I mean, that's heavily speculated. And my question is, how is this even relevant to the plot? Well, it's like, the predators want to hybridize themselves and take that. I heard one person refer to it as weaponized autism.
Yep.
I think what they're going for is that autistic people are very smart. They were trying to tap into something, but it wasn't executed properly.
No.
Yeah.
As someone who has I have two autistic children on the spectrum, and it is a spectrum. It's not this kid and this kid and this kid and this kid. It's a spectrum. And my kid has we noticed very early when he was 4 years old that he would run his hand across the fence. And he'd have to do that every time. And he hated whenever I had the saw on, he hated it. He'd just go like this. Kind of like, which they did get right with that kid when he kind of like this. That's very accurate. But it's smart to the point where what they were saying is they didn't explain enough of it if they were going that route. Whereas like my kid's he's very smart. They're usually very math smart and stuff like that. They can see patterns and they can, maybe decoding things would make more sense, but decoding an alien language
and how short a time span?
Yeah, that's yeah, it was. I understand that. I kind of did like the idea of it, but it's like, okay, you have this cool idea of autism. Maybe it's not, and maybe it's this next evolution of thing. But you have to dive into that big time and do your research.
Yeah, no kidding. Can we talk about Big Predator and just how much he sucks?
Go for it.
You know what? He's also just so fucking boring. Like, he's just a big predator. Like, that's it. And every time he's on screen, it's just... Every time they're just shooting at him and just throwing everything they got him, and it's just, like, not doing anything. Again, I already talked about how boring the action is if, like, characters can just get smacked around by that thing and just walk it off. Like, no tension. It's boring enough. But when the villain is just so stupidly OP'd, at least when the fucking script says so, it's just repetitive and boring when they're just shooting. It's like, do something else. And then even at the end, like when they blow him up and then he's like on the ground dying and then he shoots him in the head. It's like, oh, the bullets work now? Because, the plot said so. Like, that OP Big Predator has the most convenient but inconsistent plot armor I have ever seen.
Carter says, I have autism, and I can understand what the fuck is going on in Predators. I think you meant to say The Predator, because that's what we're talking about, but yeah, I gotcha.
Yeah, it's a messy movie, man. Like, it's all over the place. And it has bad characters. It has bad acting. It's there's not much. I love Predator. I wouldn't own this fucking movie. For fuck's sakes, I own T3 and I hate that fucking movie.
I am technologically stupid. I don't have streaming, so I bought a DVD for cheap.
There you go. And you know what? Since we're talking about the big motherfucker, what I want to know is what exactly did they fucking upgrade him with? Because
Predator steroids?
I guess that is the most accurate thing that you could label, because this guy, and my question is, why did you have to make him so fucking big? Like, can you not make a normal sized predator scary? And the funny thing is, this big predator, I did not feel a threat from this guy.
No.
I mean, you would be naturally inclined to fear something that's really fucking tall. But then you think about like the David versus Goliath story in the Bible, and it's like, well, you know what? The bigger they are, the harder they fall. You think about the AT-AT walkers in Empire Strikes Back against the small snow speeders, circling around and tripping them bastards. Okay. But there still is an intimidation factor, but fuck, dude, I could not feel intimidated by this predator because I was looking at how ridiculous it was. And look, for the most part, every predator that we've got in this franchise has been a live action guy in a suit. This is the first main predator that was represented only in CGI.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Why do we need a big predator? Why does it have to be so fucking tall? Why can't you make a normal predator scary? If you were trying to go for the fear factor on making a predator intimidating and scary again, like in the first film, why can't you do that with a normal predator?
I have no idea. But what else bugs me about the big predator? He's supposed to be a tracker in this much more advanced species. Yet when he arrives on Earth, he has his dogs sniffing the little predator's underwear? What the fuck was that?
Is that what it was? I couldn't tell what it was.
That's what it looked like. I don't know. Was it like
fucking predator underwear? Jesus Christ!
Well, he was naked in the lab, wasn't he? He was putting his loincloth on and all that kind of stuff.
I mean, he did have. Well, fuck.
I'll be right back. I gotta piss.
I gotta think about that for a second.
I can't remember. I thought he was kind of like.
I think he had something on. I don't think they stripped him like ass naked.
Yeah, I think he looked like Tarzan. He was like had his little loincloth on, and they started putting his armor back on.
Yeah. That's. I can't get over how fucking stupid this movie is. And look, I mean, you this idea from Hollywood that bigger is better severely hindered this film's success, because that is exactly what they did with this film. And that's something that even the fucking Terminator franchise suffered from. The bigger is better approach. You had to up the ante every time. We couldn't make an ordinary T-800 scary anymore. We had to make a Terminator or a T-800 T-1000 hybrid in the TX, but we had to make her sexy. So she's a sex appeal, but we're supposed to be scared of her. Same thing with this fucking Predator. He's supposed to be bigger, so you're supposed to be more scared. But fuck, dude. I felt more fear and tension from the first Predator in an isolated environment compared to this tall motherfucker that's just walking around, busting walls like the Incredible Hulk. And can we talk about how they treated the normal Predator?
Poorly.
At the school scene? That motherfucker, that big-ass Predator slams him on top of a fucking car. And the sound he makes is fucking pathetic. It's a fucking pathetic whimper as he gets slammed on that fucking car. And you remember, okay, you guys remember Predators, right? You remember how they fucking kill off the classic Predator like that? Well, it feels like they did the same thing here, except it's worse here because the Predator gets killed quicker or sooner in this film. So we don't get to see a Predator versus Predator action anymore. So we got this big 12-foot tall fucking Predator walking around.
He kills him with one punch, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He takes off his mask, one punch, and then rips his head off. Because Predators are supposed to take trophies, right? No, he takes the head off and then just throws it to the side.
Yeah.
Okay, if you're trying to pull another Wolf Predator situation about the cleanup, you're leaving a trail of bullshit in your wake. Okay, so forget my fucking criticism of the Wolf Predator and his lack of cleaning things up properly. This motherfucker takes that shit and bumps it up to 11.
But
that's funny,
man. Like you were saying, that noise when it gets
that's what he did.
Oh my god!
Try having that on repeat as your alarm in the morning.
Oh my!
That'll get your ass up, right?
Okay, I don't think I ever mentioned this, but when I first saw this movie in theaters, there was a point I didn't shout it, but I did say it out loud to myself. When they get off the prison bus and they see all those conveniently placed motorcycles, and Buddy says, "Get to the choppers." It's like, fuck off.
Yeah. Why do they keep doing that? They're trying to say
you. I'll tell you what it is. I'll show you. Give me a second. Come on, you bastard. I swear to God. Just. You know what, motherfucker? key jangling nostalgia.
Yep.
That's what that shit is. Okay, I criticize that shit when I reviewed the Book of Boba Fett. I criticize it when I talk about the entirety of the sequel trilogy for Star Wars. Key jangling nostalgia. They keep injecting this shit, and because they keep on doing it, like they do it with Terminator. Come on, J-Man. You can sympathize with me on this, all right? How many times does a motherfucker have to say, I'll be back. I'll be back. She'll be back. No, this time I won't be coming back. Okay. It gets to a point where it's beyond just nostalgia, like giving good fan service.
Have it mean something.
It's meaning. There you go.
You got to have it mean something.
When you keep on repeating the same fucking shit, it loses its worth. It loses its value. And it's especially important with words, okay, and phrases. Is that when you keep on using the same shit over and over again, it gets to a point where it once was important, but now it is meaningless because you've used it so many times that nobody gives a shit anymore. That's why when a Terminator says, I'll be back, it's just like, another one. You know,
again, this isn't like that scene I mentioned from AVP earlier where, he just does a little...
Yeah,
that's a visual reference. It's not like repeat that iconic line that you all love from that movie.
And they didn't even focus on it in that scene either. It was just something that he was doing. Your eyes were focused mainly on him, but then it's like, you want to know something funny? I didn't even notice that. I didn't notice him doing that until you just now mentioned it. Now I'm thinking about it. It's like, holy shit, that's what he was doing. So thank you guys for bringing that up because I didn't even know that. The more you know. But there you go. I mean, it wasn't something that was so fucking distracting. It's like, again. But every time they do this shit, it's always a fucking reference. You're just in your face. They're ham-fisting it with you on it. Okay? They're shoving it down your throats to the point where it's like, I'm tired of seeing it. Which is why I'm hoping that this new film, which we'll talk about, doesn't pull the same mistakes.
Yeah.
It's like one of the most famous Rambo lines is "I'm your worst nightmare." Everyone knows that line, right? It's from Rambo 3, and that's the only time he ever said it.
Yeah.
It's kind of strange that way, you know what I mean?
I'm sorry. Every time I hear "I'm your worst nightmare,"
Are you thinking of Angry Joe?
No, I'm thinking of Weird Al.
Oh, okay.
From UHF?
Yeah, he does the Rambo scene.
Yeah, it's funny.
Oh my god.
Gotcha. But are we ready to talk about one of the biggest problems? We've already talked about it a little bit, but we didn't cover this angle. Is about the hunting. Okay. Now we've already talked about the fact that they are hybridizing themselves, right? But how is it that they're doing it? Well, somebody in the writing department decided that Predators hunting for sport wasn't good enough. So instead, we had to upgrade it. The next step in the evolutionary process, right? Right? So they take trophies. Ranting time, just really quick. Let me take a quick drink.
All right.
While you rant, I'm gonna take a piss. I'll be right back.
All right. Go ahead.
I gotta find my there we go. The J-Man will be back.
There you go.
Let me put I need to mute my how do I mute this?
I don't even know how to do that. I do this on an iPad. What do I do? I don't care. If I leave, you can just stare at my wall. I don't care. Proceed.
You take a very simple concept of predators hunting for sport. They take trophies because they like trophies. They hunt, they kill, and they take trophies to display on their fucking walls.
Yep.
It is a very simple fucking concept. Do you know why? When the predator took Billy's fucking spine, he ripped that motherfucker out and he howled into the jungle. You want to know why he fucking did that? Because he got a fucking badass kill and he wanted the whole fucking jungle to know. He got up there, he ripped it, he howled, He had a fucking triumphant roar. The fucking Predator in Predator 2. He got up on top of that fucking building by the clock tower, on the clock tower. He climbed that skull and he roared into the sky as lightning fucking struck his combi stick. Okay, he roared. You want to know why? Because he was a fucking proud hunter and he got his trophy. So what does the Predator do? They bastardize that very simple fucking concept and say that the reason why they are collecting spines is to collect spinal fluid to upgrade themselves. What the fuck?
How are we an upgrade to them? Again, that still makes no fucking sense. But why do they want our DNA?
Oh, well, according to the movie, it's because, our planet is getting hotter due to global warming. Yeah, climate change, right? So this planet's going to get hotter, so they want to take the DNA of us so they can climatize to the planet. But wait a minute.
How does that make any fucking sense? Doesn't!
If the climate is going to get hotter for us here to where we won't be able to survive, why are you taking our DNA when it's going to be a hindrance to you, ultimately?
Let me just point something out. I want everyone to know this. This movie had 2 writers. 2, and neither of them thought this one through. 2 fucking writers who thought it's a good idea for these predators to give themselves our DNA so they can inhabit our planet after the climate has killed us all. So now they have our DNA, they move in. What happens next? They die. That's what happens. They die. Did they not think this one through?
Maybe it's because they're hybrids and because they're part predator and predators like hunting in the heat, they can survive better, I guess.
That's hearsay, though.
You're right.
That's just hearsay.
But that's the excuse that people would give. They would say, "Whoa, well, predators they live in the heat, so they'll be able to survive it." But it's like, motherfucker, you're taking DNA. You don't know. Ultimately, they don't know what's gonna happen when they fuse themselves with human DNA. They could start having fucking medical problems. They could start having genetic deformities down the line. Did nobody think about this in procreation? Like, okay, if you got 2 predators, or you got one predator that's a pure blood predator, then you got a predator that's a hybrid. The 2 predators mate. Their offspring could be a fucking human predator hybrid that's all fugly and shit. And it's like, well, guess what, motherfucker? Now you got yourself genetic deformity on your hands because you motherfuckers decided that it was smart to introduce foreign DNA to your own. It's like saying, you know what? Let's do a blood transfer from, we're going to take animal blood and transfuse it into a human. That's going to work out just fine. Really?
Centaur.
I'll give you an example. Recently, they did a pig heart to human transplant. And it was a success until the guy that had the surgery died 2 months later.
Welcome back.
I'm back.
Now, I don't know about you, okay? But I guess human and predator, I mean, did nobody think to themselves, maybe this might be a bad idea considering that both humans and predators are completely separate species with completely separate types of blood and physical attributes?
But
Go ahead.
Who do they want to collect spinal fluid from in their minds? Those they consider to be true warriors. Who do they consider those to be true warriors? You think maybe someone tough as nails like Arnold Schwarzenegger's Dutch? Maybe Danny Glover in Predator 2? Or anyone that's tough?
You know what? It would have made more sense for them to take alien blood because they consider them they're like a perfect being, a perfect the xenomorph is like the perfect creature.
Yeah, but here's the problem. Okay. Right?
But even that would probably be problematic.
But here's the problem. Ready? Okay. AVPR. Okay, they considered that predator alien hybrid to be an abomination. The entire concept of them hybridizing themselves is a complete contradiction to the predator's character.
I agree with you.
You're changing their entire mindset as a species. Okay, they already consider themselves to be the ultimate hunters, which means that they wouldn't hybridize themselves because they already consider themselves to be above everything else. Now, they will say that certain species can be more challenging, but they wouldn't hybridize themselves to face the challenge. They would take what they've learned and utilize it against their prey. That is how the predators operate. Again,
simple.
A very
simple.
Yeah.
But they fucking complicate it. Why is it that we can't? Look, I hope to God that this new Predator film is good. Okay. I hope that they don't do too much on the political side of things. I hope that they don't ruin the fucking lore, even though they already sort of are, and we'll get into it. But if there's anything that can be said about this fucking film, the 2018 film, take or learn from the mistakes of this film and make sure that you don't do it again. This is what I would say. People say, oh, well, I heard that the 2018 Predator film wasn't actually that bad of a movie. Okay. Anybody who says that, take them, sit them down in a chair, tie them the fuck up, and have them watch the movie back to back until they give it the fucking bullshit rating that it rightfully deserves.
Exactly.
Have them watch the film, but no. Okay, you know what? No. This is what you do first. You have them watch the good Predator films.
Yeah.
And then tell them to watch this film. And then you will know. Because this fucking film is ass.
Yeah.
As we've already laid out to you. And go ahead.
There's one more.
Go ahead.
One small thing I just wanted to talk about too when it came to the ship's design. So fucking vanilla. The interior of that ship, if you compare it to Predator 2, the difference is night and day. I mean, in the first one, it was Predator 2, it was visually interesting. Like with all the hieroglyphics and the color palette was nice. It was a nice visual touch, and of course the trophy room. You get to it in this movie, and it's just it's pretty bland as far as sci-fi ships go. I mean, it looks like a cheap sci-fi set that you see on that fucking channel. It's boring as fuck. But that's just something I wanted to complain about. It's just a bad-looking design for that ship. That's all I needed to say about that. I think it's time we wait for Caleb to get back so we can get to the story. Because then we got to talk about our predictions for the new one.
It's interesting. The tomato meter and the audience score is exactly 33% on the Predator.
On the new. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's way too high.
It's too high, and it's interesting, though. Considering basically half of the Stallone movies are under 33%.
Oh, wow.
So you tell me how that fucking works.
Because they're fucking idiots, that's why.
But it's interesting that the audience and the critics hate this movie just as much.
That's fascinating.
It doesn't surprise me, in a way, because I haven't heard many people defend this film.
No.
Now, I will say the new one coming out, I think I'm a bit more excited for because of how back to the roots it feels like they're taking it anyway. It feels like they're taking it.
Here's the hope.
But it's so hard to say with just a basic premise. So okay. I don't know.
Does anyone have anything else they want to add as far as the 2018 Predator film goes?
The end game. What? So what? With this whole hybridization, what is it the predators seek in this hybridization?
Spinal fluid upgrades.
Not, but from who?
Lesser species.
People with Asperger syndrome. The predators want to come to Earth to take our Asperger syndrome and give it to themselves so they can inhabit Earth after it's already wiped our species clean. That is the plot. The predators want Asperger syndrome. That is how low we have gotten with this franchise. And like we have said, once you hit that low point, if you're going to at least make another attempt, you've got nowhere to go but up. That's the only shred of optimism I have for the new movie. That's all I want to say.
You know what the scary thing is, though?
What?
Because I'm seeing this a lot, is that we get to a point now where it's like, you know what? It can't get any worse. Yet somehow, some way, they find a way to make it worse. And the Predator is about as bad as you can get. So it scares me to think that, because the truth of the matter is it can get worse. You want to know how? Because as I said in the beginning, this franchise has not been exactly plagued by identity politics, which is a good thing. We can just critique these movies as being bad pieces of cinema that aren't necessarily influenced by politics very much, though the 2018 film dipped its toe in it, very much so, and with some of those references. But overall, the movie sucked because of its bad writing and changing of the Predator lore. But the problem is that it can get worse. Take everything that's wrong with this film and then add in the identity politics to boot, and you have yourself the worst Predator movie ever. Worse than The Predator. I just hope to God that we don't ever meet a movie that is worse than this movie. That we can say that this is the worst film in the franchise, and that from here is where we go back up. That is my hope. At the same time, I've seen everything happen with every other fucking franchise I love, and it's gone down the fucking shit route.
I mean, you're right. I mean, I thought Star Wars couldn't get any lower after The Last Jedi, but then we got The Rise of Skywalker. And that was the nail in the coffin.
Yeah. Okay.
So, I think we got that out of our system.
Let's go ahead because there is one other piece of media that I would like to cover. This isn't a movie, but I am going to cover it. I do sort of want to get some thoughts on it, and I'll give you guys a brief little description to kind of give you an idea. So, Predator Hunting Grounds is a video game that doesn't have a story mode, unfortunately, but it has audio tapes. And these audio tapes serve to give in some backstory. We actually get voice lines recorded from, what's his name? Gary Busey's son, Jake Busey.
Okay.
Where he reprises his role as Sean Keyes, where he talks about meeting Dutch after the 1987 incident. And we actually get Arnold Schwarzenegger to come back and voice Dutch in these audio tapes in the game. And he goes in. It's really good to listen to, because Dutch explains his experiences after the 1987 incident, giving us that much wanted, information on what happened after the first film, because we don't see Dutch again. Well, we get him in this game and he explains what's happened. And a lot of what happened with him, he's come across several predators. He's killed several predators. But there was one hunt that he went on where he actually lost the fight. He lost his entire team, and the predator actually beat him. But the predator let him live, but scarred him. And I do want to show off an image. So the year that the game takes place, for the most part, is in the year 2025. So it's not too long away from where we are now. But this is sort of what he looks like in the game.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so if you notice right here, you can see the netting scar.
All right.
And then on the left here, this is a Predator mask from a Predator that he killed.
Cool.
Let me ask you guys something. Instead of Lawrence Fishburne, what if it was Dutch who was on that game preserve?
I could have bought it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As long as he didn't die.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, he would have been a different character. I'm just saying. What if it was Dutch though?
Yeah.
Oh, I get it.
In fact, I think that's probably who they wanted to get. Well, in fact, no. Because Robert Rodriguez did want Dutch to come back, or Arnold Schwarzenegger to come back, but for whatever reason, it didn't work out. He didn't go into complete detail as to why it didn't work out, but it didn't work out is the point. But because we haven't got Dutch since 1987, I was glad that they at least brought him back for Predator Hunting Grounds. Even though the game lacks a story mode, they still have these audio tapes where, Dutch is alive in 2025 and he explains where he's been, all the hunts he's been on. And they even go into some bit where they took Predator DNA and technology and enhanced Dutch to where he was stronger, because they had to justify him being older in the game, and still being able to go on hunts. So the way they explain it is that Predator technology and DNA helped him to be stronger even at his older age, which is fine to me because, as long as we can get to have Dutch back and explain how he's going on all these missions, that's fine with me. Another character that actually returns, let me go ahead and bring it up really quick. And remember what I told you guys earlier about remembering the end of Predators? Well, the reason is, and the funny thing is that there was actually a comic that was basically serving as a sequel to Predators. I don't think that's referenced actually in this game, but what is referenced, or what is shown, is, let's see, where is it at? Oh, where are you? There it is. Isabel. Remember the sniper from Predators?
Oh, right.
Well, she survived, obviously, the end of Predators, and this is her in the game now. So what happens is she was able to, from what she was telling in the audio tapes, she was able to kill a couple Predators. That's why you have that jawbone. And what you can't see in the back, she actually has a Predator mask on her back. And what happened was, and actually, if you pay attention, she's actually wearing Predator armor. She has the netting right here. She's got Predator armor, Predator gauntlets. She's still got her sniper. But basically what happened is she was able to get into a Predator ship and was able to pilot it back to Earth. And so now she's working with the OWLF to hunt down more Predators as they show up on Earth. But one of the things I can really appreciate about this game is that they brought back these two characters that I actually cared about, and if you guys get a chance, just look up on YouTube Predator Hunting Grounds audio tapes and just sit down and listen to them. I think that combined for each character, they're like 30 minutes to an hour long. So there's plenty of dialogue in there for you to kind of get invested in. And if you're curious about what happened after the events of their respective films, you get Sean Keyes, you get Dutch, and you get Isabel with the audio tapes. And they're a good listening to. If you care about the lore, that is. Obviously,
that's like the Friday the 13th game. You get the Tommy Jarvis tapes and the Pamela Voorhees tape, which was quite well done, actually.
Yeah, definitely. And adding on to this, so one of the things that we haven't seen in these Predator films is female Predators, and it is interesting because you want to be able to see more of the Predator, culture, right?
Yeah.
And we've had very limited exposure to their world and everything like that. But one of the things that this game actually does pretty well is introducing us to the female Predators as playable characters. And I don't think they're going to do this in this new film. but it would be a nice surprise to get like a different kind of predator. In this case, I'm saying a female predator to go up against our female protagonist. It'll be a woman versus woman, but it will be something.
That's a good
different.
idea. That'd be a good idea, actually. I'd be down for that.
Because because in the lore of this game, and even in the comics, they said that the female predators are actually bigger and more dangerous than the males. And they say the reason is because the females don't play around as much as the males. At least that's how they described it in the comics. So if you look on screen right here, this is just one female predator. And because it's a video game, they have a bunch of different customization options for these predators. But remember how we were joking around about the predators being really fucking big?
Yeah.
And how it's like, well, I guess as far as big is concerned, it's like the 2018 film with the hybrid fucking predator. That's about as big as you can get. It's like, how is this motherfucker supposed to be jumping through trees? Well, let's go ahead and dial it back just a little bit and go back to the normal size predators as far as height is concerned. And this is one of the predator classes. Now, this class is called the Berserker class. Check this shit out. Look how big that dude is. Okay, this motherfucker is buff as hell. The funny thing is that he can still climb through trees. He's still agile as hell, being that big.
Wow.
You thought that the fucking predators in AVP were big? This guy is fucking twice their size.
He looks broad. He looks like...
Yeah, he's buff. Very fucking So if you ever want to see like an Arnold Schwarzenegger style predator, this is about as close as you can get. This is what you would get. And so I wanted to show this off to you guys because you guys probably haven't seen this. But here you go. This is something that exists in the lore, if you will. And because we haven't gotten a movie since 2018, this is sort of the filler stuff, aside from whatever comics that they've come out with, which I haven't read, if there are any. But here you go. So final thoughts for anybody watching that's curious. If you don't have the game or you're not into video games, just go on YouTube and type in Predator Hunting Grounds audio tapes and just listen to Arnold Schwarzenegger play as Dutch in these audio tapes. It's fun to listen to because you kind of get some much needed story to fill in what's happened since 1987. And if you cared about the character of Isabel like I did in Predators, then you can see what happened with her after her experience on the Predator Preserve planet. And, kind of get that lore enjoyment from there. All right. So are we ready to get into our final predictions for this new film?
I don't have a whole lot to say because we know so little.
Which is why I'm going to bring up this article and I'll go ahead and read it to you guys. So you kind of, unless you've already seen it, but just for the audience, I will be reading it off. So this is coming from Bloody Disgusting. Predator prequel movie Prey will be set in the Great Plains in 1719.
I love that image, by the way.
Yes, this was concept art.
Cool.
Yeah. And so it goes on, or it says, the Predator franchise returns this summer with a brand new prequel movie, Prey. And while we still don't have a release date, we do have some new information about the Hulu film. So again, confirming that it's not going to be coming to theaters, which is unfortunate and a little bit concerning for me personally, but I guess we'll see. Steve Asbell, the president of 20th Century Studios, explains to the Hollywood Reporter, quote, in order to meet the volume that we're looking at, which is by 2023, 10 plus movies just for streaming, it's going to be a combination of originals in those genres. And coolest of all for fans, we get to find bold takes on beloved Fox properties. Asbell continues detailing 20th Century's big pivot in Hulu originals. You can take big creative swings, which you'll see with Prey, which will launch this summer. a Predator movie set in the Great Plains in 1719 by Dan Trachtenberg. That's what this allows us to do. From 20th Century Studios, the return of the Predator franchise is directed by Dan Trachtenberg of 10 Cloverfield Lane, and it's positioned as a prequel to the original that will tell the tale of the Predator's first journey to our planet. Amber Midthunder from Legion stars as a Comanche woman who goes against gender norms and traditions to become a warrior. Check out early concept art. It goes back to what made the original Predator movie work, producer John Davis previously told Collider. It's the ingenuity of a human being who won't give up, who's able to observe and interpret basically being able to beat a stronger, more powerful, well-armed force. As far as tone, Davis reveals that Prey has more akin to The Revenant than it does any film in the Predator canon, further adding, "You'll know what I mean once you see it." I think this is a worthy compliment to the first one, he adds. It's going to be as good. Some bold statement.
It'll never be as good.
I don't think it's going to be as good, but if it's anything like The Revenant, even in tone, we're in for a treat, I think.
Yeah. That was a good movie.
Now, as far as the female warrior going outside the norm, that could have been a very common thing back then. As far as so much we know, right? Well, they may not be doing anything politically at all with that. That this could be who the character is.
You might be right, but here's the problem. Okay. Anytime I see any kind of wording like that in this day and age,
yeah,
I know because why? I have an entire list of movies and TV shows that have fallen victim to this very simple kind of wording. Because right now, you're right. You're absolutely right. Under normal circumstances, this might not be anything. And I pray, fingers crossed, that it doesn't mean anything.
Pray.
Okay? The problem is that I know how modern day Hollywood thinks. And yes, this isn't coming out in theaters, but it is still a Hollywood production. It's being made by 20th Century Studios, which is owned by Disney. Okay, I don't trust Disney for jack shit. They fucked up Star Wars. They've made it clear to fans through the works of Rian Johnson, Kathleen Kennedy, hell, even J.J. Abrams, and the actors that, if you didn't like these certain movies, it's because you are intimidated by women in lead roles. You don't like minorities in lead roles, or you're just racist or sexist. Those are the common arguments that have come up, and that is coming from employees at Disney and their underlings, if you will. Okay, so I do get concerned when I read stuff like that these days because I know how these people think. I've seen it enough. I have enough evidence to show you why I'm concerned. Okay, now I made this point in my actual Predator video that how about instead of a character that is trying to work her way through her own people to become a warrior, how about instead have her be an established warrior? Okay, you establish some backstory that she was one of the best in her clan. Okay, the reason why this is important is because if you have a predator that's observing this tribe, the predator is going to be looking for worthy prey, right? Well, if they see that this woman is a strong warrior and she's proven herself, and you can even have scenes of her, getting a good hunt, capturing you could say that she killed a buffalo, a really big buffalo or a bear, okay? A really big bear, and she did it all by herself. You're establishing, as the predator is watching, that she is a great warrior, which means that the predator is going to target her. If you have something like that, then you're already establishing what we know about the predators, that they target worthy prey. Instead of, giving us this goes against gender norms and traditions to become a warrior. So that's what gets me concerned. Now, the part about the Revenant, and I know some of you probably might chew me out for this, but I've never seen the Revenant. So I don't know how good the Revenant is, but
I quite liked it.
It's a slow burn, Caleb, but It's very good. It's very good, especially if you like period pieces. It's shot well. It's gritty, man. It's
Great cinematography.
Yeah, it's gritty and it's atmospheric and it's essentially like a revenge plot.
Okay.
And it
But
takes place in my neck of the woods. Well,
Yeah,
it was
it's
shot in my neck of the woods.
it's got the bear scene is iconic.
Mm.
Like it's absolutely incredible to watch. So
I
but I think this is gonna surprise more than disappoint. That's my prediction. I think it will surprise more than disappoint. But you know what? I'm fucking wrong all the time. So, but we'll know more by a trailer, and then maybe we can talk about it.
Yeah, we can do like a trailer reaction breakdown stream if we want to.
Yeah. I was
bring you
wrong
guys
about
back on
one
for
of my,
that.
I was wrong about one of my predictions, but I was wrong. My prediction was they would cast a Hispanic woman in lieu of a Native American woman. Why did I guess that? Because I've seen it before.
Yeah.
Although it was in a really bad movie called Suburban Sasquatch.
Exactly. Hey, listen. Like,
hilariously bad.
You want to take the Predator back to its roots, to that original movie. This is the period time you do it in.
Yeah.
Where Native Americans were warriors, and especially in those times.
Yes.
They're hunting bears with spears, and there's an honor code to them. So maybe this is something but the thing they have to handle right. This is imperative for me. He would not use his gun at all. That would be a no contest for him.
Right.
He has to drop the gun, which he has that red light in that picture. Like he has the cannon blaster on, which
you can
I don't know.
See it right there.
It could just be a picture though.
But it is concept art after all.
Yeah.
So
but
hopefully
I don't think he'd use it because it has to suit. It has to suit what he's hunting, and he's hunting people with primitive weapons. So I think he's going to use primitive weapons.
Now, based on the shadow, and again, this is concept art, so things can change.
He looks huge.
Yeah. So I'm going to say that this is not a female. Even though, I mean, they do have big female predators in the game that can fit this build in a way. I do think that they're going to go with a male predator again, which is, again, another missed opportunity.
I think this is this concept. I think you're right, Caleb. I think it's a regular predator.
Yeah. Now,
because they're going back to 1719. This is way back. So, yeah, and the fact that we haven't heard much about this movie is telling me they're keeping it close to the chest. Or no one gives a fuck.
I'm back. I'm here again. Jesus Christ. Is everything still on though?
Yep.
Everything's still showing?
I didn't even notice.
Okay.
I didn't even notice that you were gone.
This thing keeps on lagging for whatever reason. But yeah.
We've been on for a long time.
Now, here's the thing. I'm looking a little bit closer, and I know it's a little hard to see. But if you look at where the plasma caster is supposed to be, right here.
Yeah.
For some reason, maybe it's just the lighting, maybe it's just me, but that doesn't look like a plasma caster. That almost looks like the hilt of a sword.
Me too.
Yeah. Now, obviously, you have the laser right here from the mask, but I'm not seeing any plasma caster. You obviously have the wrist gauntlets here. You have his mask. Now it's a little, again, it's all shrouded in shadow.
Yeah, but you know what? This movie could be a great cat and mouse.
It could.
Kind of thing. Maybe he takes out the whole tribe. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And she's the last one, and which I think you got to have some kind of body count, right?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck
yeah. There's so much we don't know. We don't know the tone. We don't know. Is it gonna be subtitled? Is it gonna be in English? Like what do we just? There's so many unknowns here. But that poster, we don't even have an official poster yet.
Yeah.
But that little image right there, I do like.
Now let me get your opinions on this, guys. So the film is going to be set in 1719. Now, if you were paying attention to the lore of Predator 2, you know that because they say that this is the Predator's first trip to Earth. Well, they're already breaking canon a little bit.
Yeah.
Because the Elder Predator, who they call Greyback, by the way, I don't know if you guys knew that, but the Elder Predator in Predator 2, they call Greyback. So he hands Danny Glover the flintlock pistol, and the date on there is 1715. Okay, so obviously 1719 is not the Predator's first trip to Earth. I don't know why they weren't paying attention to that one detail, because I mean it's obvious. If you watch the movie, then you know for sure that okay, it's obvious that where this is. They could have easily set the film in 1715 and still have this story. And you could say that multiple predators went to Earth in 1715, and one of them came across the owner of that flintlock. We never see that fight, which is a shame, but at least you're still keeping in line with continuity instead of retconning it.
Yeah, and
Exactly.
Native Americans wouldn't have used guns in 1719, I don't think. They did later on, but
yeah. So, I mean, I don't know what you guys think about that. I mean, if it's not really that important to you, that you don't mind them doing it, you know me, I like having continuity, especially if you're making this as a prequel. It's like, okay, well, having those small details is important. It may not seem important, but we've seen how small details can impact a film. After all, a very simple concept of hunting. Very simple, small little concept. You make an entire movie that violates the entire canon, and then you get guys like us that are pissed off about it.
Yep.
yeah, I don't know why they didn't pick up on that, or why they chose to ignore it. Maybe.
Yeah, I don't really know either. But I do know that this film has been in development since the 2018 film was being made. So around at the same time that they were doing the 2018 film, Dan Trachtenberg was working on story bits and script for this film. So it's been in development for a while. So you got to give the guy props for working on it for so long, and finally 20th Century Studios is picking up on it. I'm just hoping that it's good, man. Ultimately, yeah. I don't want to have another Predator film that basically sinks the franchise, but I'm hearing a lot of good things. I mean, just from this article alone, they're saying that, you know, I mean, if it's like the Revenant, you guys are saying the Revenant.
If it does sink, franchise could be dead in the water.
It could be another Terminator situation.
Yeah, because Terminator, even though I did like Dark Fate, even though it's not the direction I would have chose, it's a dead in the water franchise for the general audience. Like for most Terminator fans, it's dead in the water, and I don't see it coming back.
Yeah,
anytime soon, anyway.
Yeah. So, you know, overall, I mean, I'm not expecting anything like a post-credits scene, but you never know. They might try and pull something like that. But I think because this movie is supposed to be a prequel, I'm not expecting any kind of big references, right? So I'm not going to be expecting like, oh, there's a guy named Dutch. You know, it's like, well, this is before Dutch's time, obviously. So there's not going to be any references to the other Predator films.
I wonder if they could tie Billy's ancestors back to this.
I mean, they could. At the same time, I would almost feel like they're doing that could be like a fan service that people like, well, that's kind of convenient. That,
you know what? Just make a good movie.
Yeah.
You don't need a post-credit scene. You don't need to tie anything in. Just tie in the Predator's first journey.
Let it stand on its own.
Yeah, maybe it you can't tie anything really in. I was going to say what the Predator's culture learned from their first trip, but you don't get that in the first Predator movie, really.
Yeah.
Right? You get, what the hell are you? That's it.
Yeah. Of course, you know, I mean, they're saying this is the Predator's first trip to Earth, so they're retconning AVP because AVP had the Predators on Earth
right. You're right.
long ago. Before 1719, so they're retconning a lot of things. So if this is supposed to be a prequel to the first film, and I would presumably say the second film, then they're pretty much wiping everything else out But then again, you never know, man. I mean, you have these little bits of details, and they could be changing this. I mean, they're saying that the film is being set in 1719, so I mean, they could change a few things. They could add in certain details later on by the time this film is ready to release on streaming services. But I hope that we do get a Blu-ray. Well, first, I hope it's a good movie, and then I hope that we get it on Blu-ray because it's like I don't want to have. Yeah, it's like I hope that we get a Blu-ray for a shit movie, right? It's like, wait, what? No, but no. All joking aside, hope it's a good movie, and if it is a good movie, hope we get a Blu-ray release because I want to be able to own it if it's a good film. And I hope that this sort of reinvigorates the franchise because we need it after the 2018 film, after AVPR, and the sort of mixed results, mixed feelings with The Predator, or not The Predator, but Predators 2010. I think we're in need of some good Predator action. But
damn straight.
You guys have anything else you want to add on before we wrap it up here?
Nope.
Nope. Thanks for sticking around.
Yes, we are basically at freaking 4 hours of discussing Predator.
Holy shit.
But you know what? It was absolutely worth it. This was really fun. I like doing these streams. I mean, they're long as hell, but this was really fun to do. And I think we got a lot out, especially with The Predator, fucking ranting, raging, lots of me cutting out for whatever fucking reason. I think YouTube's like, calm down there, son. Just take a chill. Take a chill pill, right?
Fuck it. It's probably past midnight for you guys.
Yeah, it's actually 12
for me.
For me, yeah. It's 12:04.
It's only 11 o'clock here.
Lucky.
Where are you, Dana?
Alberta.
Oh, cool. You're out west. That's where Flet is too, I think.
Yeah.
Yep.
Kyle's out there. Yeah.
Yep.
I'm in Ontario.
Lucky you. Nah.
Kyle says
I'm
Predator definitely needs a comeback and looking forward to see this film. And great stream tonight. Thank you, Kyle. Thank you to Carter, J-Man, or not J. Yes, thank you, J-Man. But Brett, Carter, the King of the Nation, Bacon. Who else was here? I think that was pretty much it. But thank you guys for stopping by, and thank you, Danner, of course, my fellow co-host, as always. Thank you, J-Man, for coming on and discussing this beautifully mixed and mostly good with some bumpy bumps in the road. But thank you regardless for coming on with us.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun. I like talking franchises. I know when I reviewed the whole Terminator franchise, I did a ranking. I was going to do something like this, but I never got around to it.
Yeah,
because I was kind of done with it for a bit. I was just kind of like, okay, got that out of my system. But yeah, I love talking about the big franchises. They're the ones I like anyway. So yeah, it's a lot of fun, man.
Well, I'm hoping that whenever the film does come out on a streaming service, that maybe we can all do a watch along together, like a live watch along, and see, get like a first impression. So. If we're able to, it's kind of up to you, but I want to do a watch along and get our first impressions, straight out of the gate, watching the movie at the same time. So if we are able to do it, I'd like to bring you guys on for it if you're up for it.
I'm up for anything, man.
Yeah.
Let's see. The King of the Nation says, "Great work, guys. You're all awesome and amazing. Thank you."
Thank you very much.
And just for J-Man, the King of the Nation is my father. We got
I was getting. Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I gotta get you and my dad to talk sometime because you guys would have a good conversation about Rocky.
Yeah, Rocky's awesome, man. Don't worry, everyone. Caleb's got to watch it soon. He almost started a fucking riot on my channel the other night. Yeah. And they're still talking about Caleb. They go, "Jay, has Caleb seen it yet?" I go, "Not yet, but he will be watching it soon because he kind of has to for the."
Yeah, I have to. Yep. But I'll get to it. In fact, I might do like whenever I do watch it, I'll say, "Hey, Jay, man, you want to watch it with me? I mean, I'm not going to live stream it. It'll just be like a StreamYard party. But it's like, all right, Caleb, I'll watch the movie. It's like, okay, I want to see. Just so it's kind of like a little watch along, getting my first reactions. But yeah, I mean, my dad has tried to show me Rocky, and I think I've watched clips, but I haven't watched it all the way through.
I would say it's the most consistent franchise. I mean, really, there's one movie, and it's really not that bad. Like, it's not close to as bad as, like T3 or fucking Jason X or fucking this one we're talking about, The Predator
or Alien Resurrection
or Alien Resurrection or yeah, like
Freddy's
the one I'm
Dead.
talking about is Rocky 5. Rocky 5 is not even, and apparently there's a work print of Rocky 5 where it almost feels like a different movie. Like that's the one he should have recut.
Wow.
But yeah, it's a consistent franchise. Very consistent.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you guys for all your, thank you for watching, listening, and supporting. Thank you to J-Man and Danner for coming on, doing this with me. And
yeah.
with that all being said, thank you guys very much. And until next time, my fellow investigators, remember that the entertainment is out there.
I'm Special Agent Spooky Clutter.
I'm Special Agent Carter Sauce.
Special Agent Dr. Richtofen.
And until next time, fellow investigators, remember,
The entertainment is out there.